Hello everybody, how's it going? Hope y'all are doing good and having a good, what is today? Thursday? That's what it is. Alright, here we are once again with some more Lies of P, possibly finishing the game today, maybe. I guess we'll see if we get hard stuck again for a while or not. I don't know how many fights are going to be left. I think, I mean, there's going to be at least one more boss fight. That much I know already. I just don't know if there's more than that. We are like very close to what seems to be the end of the game. So we may be like going right in here, killing like a few enemies, because I'm sure there's maybe a few that stand in our way from the next like checkpoint. But then we might be just fighting the boss like right away or something. I'm not sure. Let's get going in here. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else that I wanted to make mention of previously? I don't think so. I did go and like grab a little bit more throwables again, just because it's something I like to do, just as kind of like a nice little chill activity. Run around killing some enemies. I have like a couple of nice little like farm spots just to like gather some ergo quickly, and then just use that to buy more stuff just to stay stocked up, I guess. It's just more convenient. I really ought to just leave acid on this and put my like sawtooth wheel just on some other thing, I think, but I don't know. I'm just used to it being X plus down. Did some grinding off stream. Yeah, I mean, I have been doing it like consistently the last several days just because I like playing the game. Like, I genuinely really like Lies of P. Also, hello, by the way, Ryan. I genuinely like playing the game a lot, but mainly it's like, you know, I just love running around the areas and fighting. I will say that, like, as far as like the game itself goes, the developers have definitely made what feels very consistently like a FromSoft game, and in that respect is probably the best or most well-made Souls-like that exists to date. However, that is not to say that it is not without its definite flaws, and I will say that I do think that the difficulty balance of the game is off. And I think a lot of that really does just boil down to the parry window timing. You know, if it had really just been, from what I heard, it's like 8 frames, which is not the lowest I you know, could have expected. But that like is such a small window. It's it's really unforgiving. Firelina, hello, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Seems like I'm early this time. Yeah, you got here right at the start of stream. 8 frames is like DS2 level of iframes. Yeah, see, like, at least in Dark Souls 2, I mean, adaptability is stupid as hell, but at least you have the option to increase, right? And I was thinking about this, like, yesterday, like, just kind of going over, like, my analysis of the game. And sometimes I just do that in general, but it does kind of make me wonder if I want to make, like, a video on this to throw up on YouTube at some point. Just analyzing, like, my feelings about the game, because I really like it, and I think that there's something that keeps drawing me back to it. But there's a lot of things, like, I would do a little bit differently. I think one thing, oh, that was the other thing I wanted to mention. I found one more weapon that I forgot to pick up previously. I now actually have all of the normal, like, non-boss weapons. I got an achievement for getting in. I kind of wish I had done it on stream, but where is it? This guy. The Blind Man's double-sided spear was in the cathedral area. It's on one of the, like, water wheels. You have to kind of, like, ride it across. I only found out about it because I was watching somebody else play through the area and just saw that they went over there in an area where I suspected there might be treasure and then completely forgot to go over. and look, because I just proceeded with the level. So apparently I have all the normal weapons now, because it was just this one that I was missing. But yeah, kind of a strange weapon, because you use like the backside of it to do like quick R2s, but it obviously has extremely short range as a result. And I don't know, the quick stab, payback stab, it's nothing like super special. I'm not really sure I understand the appeal of this weapon. Not that I'm not that a lot of people are specifically interested in it. I just mean, for me personally, I don't know if it's my jam. Anywho, what else was I gonna say though about that? Yeah, this does lead into one of my issues with the game. The game gives you quite a few weapons to use here. So this is nearly all of the, well, this is all of the normal weapons right here. I'm just showing the headpieces, of course, but there are so 25, 29 normal weapons, I guess. And then I'm not sure exactly how many special weapons there are as of yet. There's at least one for each boss. For like each major boss, that is, not like the field boss ones that are kind of like, you know, like the Door Guardian, for example, was, you know, sort of an example of that. But the thing about this that I think, like, I have a criticism of this. I feel like a lot of these weapons are fun, but not super usable in the way that the combat is balanced, which means most people are only going to play with a handful of weapons in this game and not really use the other ones. On top of that, I don't know exactly what the appeal of having so many different weapons in the game is when you have no form of multiplayer in the game whatsoever. I'm not saying that there aren't people who aren't going to want to experiment with different stuff and might find like, oh, you know, maybe I want to play through this game 20 times and I'll use a different weapon each time or something. Sure. But the average player, one of the reasons why you want to give players in RPGs options like these in this style of combat RPG is to either change up their build for a slightly different experience through the base game, and these weapons don't quite offer enough of a different thing for that to really make a significant impact, or to give them enough of a different sort of like style, moveset, etc., so that they feel like they have a different sort of build in co-op and PvP. But this game has no co-op / PvP. That's completely not existent in this game. If they ever decided to implement something like that into the game via like DLC, great, then I have no complaints about that. But you know, I don't know, it's weird. It's not really a whole lot of weapons now that I think about it. I would say it's not really a bad amount of weapons for the size of the game. In fact, I'd say it's actually pretty adequate, because this is only the normal weapons too, not the boss weapons. But I actually am, what I'm arguing here is that it's actually too many weapons for the sake of the way this game is designed. I think it's cool to have variety, don't get me wrong, but how many people are going to use the Fireblade axe or the Master Chef's knife blade or, you know, yada yada yada, when there's just like a superior one that exists, like a better combo, and unless you literally are playing the game 20 times and you just really want to try just using something that's slightly different. Also, hey Ann, how's it going? It's just, it's quantity over quality, I think. Don't get me wrong, I love the design of each and every weapon in the game. I think that they're all very cool. There's a lot of really fun stuff, like the pistol rock drill, I think is just hilarious, and I'd love to use it in actual playthrough, but I think it would be really hard to use. But that's the other thing, is that far too many of these weapons are not very usable in the game, because enemies are just far too aggressive to really let you use the weapons when they're like super flashy and take too long to use. Just to give you that example, where is the, here it is. Just to show off the ridiculousness of this again. The pistol rock drill has a very slow spear moveset, which in and of itself is already kind of, you know, not the easiest to use, perhaps. But then you get this. Which is neat. But, you know, you're never going to use that against, like, a regular boss fight, you know, like it just looks funny as hell. But you're only going to use that against an enemy that's been, like, downed, maybe, which is still good, don't get me wrong, but, like, outside of super slow enemies, who are you using that against, right? Like, it's just not, you're just never going to have time to use it. So every time, do that. Don't run in, because you always end up rolling accidentally. There we go. So there's just far too much stuff like that where, you know, you just kind of can't really reliably use a lot of the weapons that they give you, which is why if you watch anyone else play this game when they're speed running it, when they're using like some sort of OP build, you often see Motivity is the one that people really love going for because it's the one that gives you the really big damage numbers. Like Advance, don't get me wrong, I think Advance is probably like one of the better methods to just get through the game. I think that the elemental weaknesses that you can apply to enemies just gives you probably one of the most smooth experiences through the game. However, Motivity, specifically like what I see a lot of people using is the big pipe wrench head, and then the Krat police baton handle, because it's lighter weight, it's a faster move set, it's got good Motivity scaling off the bat, and so you end up with a heavy head with a very limited reach but a huge hit power to it. Also, hey Hooded Robin, if you count all the handle plus blade combination as their own weapon, you get 29 by 29 weapons. That is true. Also, hang on, my fucking stream is having issues again. What's going on? Are you just gonna have problems? I don't want to have to lower my bitrate again. I've been enjoying having it back to where it was, but now my internet just does not seem to want to be stable. I do not know what's going on. This happened at the end of stream yesterday, and now it's happening again. Let me just... hang on one second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, well, I'm back. I don't know how feasible stream is going to be today if this keeps up. It is not staying stable right now. I'm going to try lowering my bitrate just to see if it helps. Apologies that the game might get a little pixelated here and there during like big action-y moments, at least until I am able to set it back up, but let me just see if this at least helps. Lower it back down to 4,000. Which is apparently still not good enough because it just... I am not getting green like at all. Well, there it goes, but it doesn't seem to want to stay there. I'm beginning to think, like, previously Twitch was having issues for like off and on for like weeks where I'd get these little mini blips, but now today / yesterday I feel like my ISP is having some problems because I'm getting like some stability issues, I think. The problem is it's really hard for me to diagnose when that's happening like in the middle of a stream because I can't really like run a speed test while I'm streaming because it's not going to give me like an accurate representation of what's going on. Alright, it's stable now. Let me try raising it back up again and just see if it stays stable there. just momentarily shitty, and hopefully it'll stay good again now. I'll just have to keep an eye on it. Okay. We're okay for the moment. Let me continue with my thoughts here. All right, so but yes, Hooded Robin, you are correct. There are quite a lot of weapons in the game if you think about the combinations. And that's just the normal weapons too. Like that, there's at least like, I don't know, 10 boss weapons, 11, 12 boss weapons. I don't know, special weapons, I should say. So there's even more than the 29 by 29. But you look at this thing, right? Like, obviously it's not going to do the numbers that you would want to see because I'm not a Motivity build. But, you know, this thing has, what's LB plus Y? Oh, yeah. This thing has the ability to charge itself, which is I think the main reason why people use this particular combo. The pipe wrench head is very hefty and hits very hard. The handle, despite looking kind of ridiculous like this and having much shorter reach, plus the moveset, it like stops midair rather than having like a full swing. Having the ability to like charge this and then do like a big, you know, Fable attack or just a regular charge attack or whatever. When you have high motivity, that thing hits like crazy hard. You can see somebody do like thousands of points of damage in one hit with this setup, especially if they've buffed it with like, you know, abrasive or you know, whatever they're using, right? But the thing I feel like you won't often see is when people kind of use that and they know it's, I mean, every Souls game sort of thing has like a meta, right? So it's not like that's unusual. But it's just that like, you know, because of how aggressive enemies are and how little time they give you to use big attacks, slow attacks, etc., and so much of the time, it just feels like you're not going to end up seeing a lot of people playing with, you know, some big weapon that had like on a huge handle that just swings super slow or whatever, outside of maybe certain situations. And I feel like it just means that like a lot of these weapons end up just kind of falling by the wayside because of it, which is a bit of a shame because they're really cool. And I like the handle plus blade design thing. I think it's really neat. I just think that it's maybe like not implemented as well as they think it is. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I could just be like not understanding how like advanced certain things could be with this, but it just seems to me like this it falls a little bit short because I just don't see a lot of people using like I don't realistically see a lot of people using like a lot of these weapons because they're just going to fall short of what the game is going to allow you to do. Aside from the whole weapon thing, you know, so they put out that patch yesterday, like early yesterday, whenever it was. And during that time, what they did in the patch, the update, I should say, they made the game easier in a few ways by like nerfing a few bosses HP. They made staggering, like the general stagger window for everything is longer. I thought enemies in general were also easier to stagger. Apparently it's not all enemies, it's just some. But even that is like okay. The fact that like the stagger window itself is longer by default is a good thing. And there's just a handful of like little quality of life improvements as well as like the hyper armor on Fable attacks. Like that stuff is all really great. I think those are nice balance improvements. Of course, there are people who are going to complain about it. There's always the elitist gatekeeping of the like extreme hardcore community who are just like, oh, the game's going to be too easy now. No, you know, it's like, bro, half those people I feel like are just posturing because I feel like there's quite a few of them who are not actually that good at the game, but just want to believe that they, you know, if they had to struggle through it or whatever, that you know, it's not fair that the game got made easier after they might have like gotten through the game tooth and nail, whatever. It's just like, who cares, man? Just make the game approachable. I would much rather the game just be fun than just hard for the sake of hard. And that's just, you know, coming from someone who has spent a lot of time playing FromSoft games and even a handful of Souls-likes, like, I feel like I have a decent idea of what makes those games fun and challenging, like as a general balance. And I think that Lies of P does a great job kind of falling into that same niche, but it falls short of a few like design ideas because of like how certain things are implemented. And I think even the over aggression of enemies being the way it is, there goes my bitrate again, is just that, you know, if the parry frames were like, if the parry window just had a couple more active frames in it so that it was just slightly looser, slightly easier to like reliably do, I think the game would feel much better. Like that alone would be the one thing that would actually make the game feel really good, because this game wants you to rely on parrying and, you know, forces you to rely on parrying. You know, to compare that to Sekiro also kind of forces you to rely on parrying, because the dodge, even though you have a dodge option, the dodge isn't very good. The dodge in this game is wonky as hell, but it actually is a little bit more reliable than the dodge in Sekiro, at least kind of, because a lot of stuff in Sekiro just, you're not meant to dodge. You can dodge just about everything in Sekiro, but the timing for it's even more precise in a lot of cases. However, the parries are much more reliable because the parry window is not so ridiculously small. And on top of that, if you like screw up, you often end up just accidentally blocking, which, unless you get posture broken, is not the end of the world. You don't take a huge portion of chip damage because you blocked. Nor does the game, I mean, the game has like a very similar concept. It has perilous attacks, is what they call them, instead of fury attacks in this game, which those attacks cannot be just blocked, just like in this game. However, they can still also be perfectly parried, or in a lot of cases, even though they're not meant to be dodgeable, perilous attacks sometimes can be dodged in that game if your timing is very precise. You know, if it's like a stab attack, oftentimes you can just dodge to the side, or if you pick up the Makiri counter skill in Sekiro, you can just Makiri counter it, which is great. That always feels good to do. And if it's a sweep, you can usually just jump over it. and those are all viable means of dodging in the game, that aren't even just the regular dodge. But the whole point is, you don't even have to do that if you just learn how to perfect parry, which is not that hard to do in Sekiro. Once it starts to click for you, the whole game feels better. And by the time you reach Genichiro, you are kind of forced to hit that point of, I have to learn how to do this, because Genichiro is going to teach you how to play the game. And I don't mean like the tutorial fight. I mean when you fight him as like the first real boss fight. If you haven't learned how to parry by the time you've reached him, you pretty much are going to be forced to learn how to parry by the time you get to him. You don't necessarily have to, but the fight will be far harder if you don't. And it becomes like the most natural place to learn how, and it's what usually puts a lot of players through the ringer, and, you know, lets them come out a more of a Sekiro pro in the, you know, once you come out the other side. Also, hey Anna, hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. We'll kind of keep going as we can here today, by the way, everybody. My internet apparently is not doing well, so I don't know how well stream is going to work out today. It just seems to kind of come and go. Like right now it's stable, but it's already dropped massively like a couple of times. I haven't, like, the stream hasn't died obviously, but like my bitrate just like suddenly gets chokeholded a bit, and I get like, instead of 6K bitrate, I get like a 2K bitrate, and that makes me lose a lot of frames, which is going to make the stream look stuttery, at least once I get into the action of the game. But yeah, I realize I keep doing like these little share my thoughts like at the beginning of every stream with this game, but I genuinely feel like I have to, because I want to analyze the way this game makes me feel and what I feel about it as far as like how it could be better. And you know, and again, like I want to sing its praises at the same time. I do think that this game is great in a lot of ways. I think is, again, as far as Souls-likes are concerned, this is probably the best one that exists in terms of something that's like really close to an actual FromSoft game, to the point where people literally could mistake this for being made by FromSoft, and people have made that actual mistake. Weirdly enough, I at least know of one person who thought this was actually made by FromSoft at one point. But yeah, I feel like, you know, I would like to parry more in this game, parry more reliably, but I find myself like shying away from it a lot because it's so inconsistent. And it's not just because the parry window itself is so small, it's because hitboxes, like any FromSoft or Souls-like game, hitboxes can be wonky when it comes to parrying. It's less so when you're fighting an enemy about the size of Bell here, you know, someone more human-sized, because their attacks usually are associated with smaller hitboxes that have a more precise range, especially when they're kind of locked onto you. But when you're fighting something as big as like the Archbishop or the King of Puppets or whatever, if you're standing a little off to one side of them or the other side of them, or straight ahead, the hitbox of the same exact attack can hit you at 3 different times, depending on which of those 3 angles I was just talking about. And that changes the timing of your parry. And if your parry window is only 8 frames, that means you have to somehow anticipate that the attack is going to hit you at the normal time, slightly earlier, or slightly later. And when you have such a small amount of time to even do that properly, it's going to make that almost impossible to do sometimes. You know, so it does make you consider your positioning, which is, that part is not a bad thing, but the fact that like if you just are marginally off, causing you to potentially just like not be able to get your parry, it feels bad. It's not a good balance. But that's something that can largely be very difficult to avoid in a game like this, and the only way you really fix something like that, because Sekiro would otherwise have the same problem, is you just make the parry window not so ridiculously tight and unforgiving. If you give it just a few more frames, it'll feel much easier to accomplish. Like dodging, you definitely get more iframes with dodging. At least it seems that way, because I can much more reliably dodge, like even if I'm too early or a little too late, it seems like I can get through a dodge more consistently than I can with the parry. The dodge is still not great. You don't get a lot of frames, but I feel like you get more. And if the parry had a similar amount of frames to the dodge, I think the game would actually feel pretty good. I still would have my criticisms of it. I think the weapon system is great, but the amount of weapons in the game are kind of like, I don't know what to do with these half the time, because like, why would I use most of these? I feel like they don't give you enough options. Like if you are wanting to go with an advanced build, it suffers from the same problem Bloodborne does, at least Bloodborne prior to the DLC, in that they just don't give you enough options to kind of facilitate a good, you know, like much variety in terms of a an advanced build. Now, I should clarify, that's at least how I mostly felt. Now, I do feel like there's like at least 6, maybe 7 total advanced weapons. Only 3 that are like purely elemental like this, or do like split damage, I mean. Well, I should say 4. Technically the acid sword, or the acid axe, one of the 2, works that way as well. But the maybe the fire axe does as well, the big fire chopper thing. But the electric saw only has like an electric attack. I don't think it does any electric damage by default. And that's the only other electricity weapon, really. There is the Mjolnir hammer as well. This guy, which has Thunderstrike, and it charges your weapon with some electricity, but it doesn't actually scale at all with advance in and of itself, including the handle, and it doesn't really do like a bunch of extra damage because of that. Yeah, this one does have fire attack on it. So the Black Steel Cutter Blade and the Carcass Crystal Axe Blade both do acid and fire, which do make them like viable advanced weapons. Oh no, I'm wrong. The Circular Electric Saw also does electric attack. Okay, never mind. That does too. The offset of these though is that they don't have like a buff, which makes them, in my opinion, less good than the first ones you find. The Salamander Dagger, the Electric Coil, and the Acidic Crystal Spear Blade, I think, are just better weapons for an advanced build. Which still gives you plenty of variety compared to what Bloodborne gives you in the base game. Bloodborne just gives you basically like the Tonitrus, and I think that's pretty much it. It's like the Tonitrus, and then, you know, obviously depending on what gems you put in a weapon, you know, you can get a little bit more. There's always like the Blades of Mercy, but their damage output is kind of low comparatively. Same with like the Burial Blade. The Tonitrus is like the only one that's like actually really good for an arcane build in Bloodborne, and it's like a viable weapon to get relatively early. The rest just take too much work. And also on top of all that, the gems for arcane in the base game of Bloodborne suck. You have to really go out of your way to find like different dungeons to get good arcane or elemental gems. Again, outside of the DLC, with the inclusion of the DLC, arcane became a lot better, especially like spellcast wise. You know, the little spell tools, the hunter tools. There's more. Even the base game has some nice ones, like the Executioner's gloves. I forget what the other like kind of good one is in the base game, but yeah, there's at least a couple of nice things, but the DLC added like a bunch more that made it feel a little bit more viable. Likewise, I'm doing all right. Tired as hell, but already took a long nap. Doctor's appointment went well, and my sick leave got extended until February 29th. Now to wait for the government to approve, which is the hard part. Well, I'm glad that the first part went well. I hope that that the second part does as well. Good luck with that. So yeah, outside of all of that, I do think I want to keep playing this game. I don't know how much I'll do on stream. I may just do it off stream, but it's definitely intrigued me enough that I think that like this is a game that I just kind of can see myself playing again. It's just hard to say if I'll do challenge runs or even anything casual on stream. I do feel like I could play this game better, you know, as is the case of like, just like with Sekiro, I don't think I mastered the game my first playthrough, but I certainly got good enough to play it consistently throughout my first playthrough. And I did not get hard stuck on bosses for like hours and hours and hours and hours. It was more like, you know, I might get stuck on one for like an hour at most. Like I don't think Sword Saint Ishin took me more than like 10 tries, maybe more than 10 tries, but probably not more than 20. It's been a while, but since I could, you know, remember my first playthrough, I mean, but honestly, I did not find him to be that bad. I think honestly, Demon of Hatred took me a lot more tries now that I think about it, compared to him. But even Demon of Hatred, I didn't feel bad when I was like stuck on him. And I still don't think it took me more than like an hour worth of tries to do. It was a frustrating hour, but like eventually I just figured it out. Plus I had the finger whistle available, so by the time I realized that you could use the finger whistle, I was like, oh, this makes this a lot easier. Yeah, I don't know. This game, I think like I could learn to do it better, and I do wish they would just increase the parry window. Will they increase the parry window? I don't know. Obviously the game is just out now, and that's something that might be harder to implement than people think. Like the actual code change wouldn't be that difficult if you can just change, like, because this is only I can't display it here, which is annoying, but this animation of blocking, this is the same regardless of what weapon you use. So all you really need to do is increase or just show, like, determine like which part of the block has more active frames in it, or even just give us like an item that does more. I mean, there is a thing, and honestly I should probably be using it because I forget to use the stagger one, but we could put this in and I think this might even just allow you to just straight up block and you just get perfect parries. I'm not sure, but I should at least try it. I kind of wish I had the 2 grindstone use thing now, knowing that that exists, because I feel like it'd be much better to have. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, the main thing though is just I recognize like whenever I finish a boss and then I go back and allow myself to kind of like watch somebody else go through it, whether it's like in a YouTube video or I'm watching somebody's stream, because I don't want to see what people have done past where I am, because I still want to experience that fresh for the first time for myself. But when I do, then I notice little things that I'm just like, oh, I could have done that differently, or I could have done that better. And a lot of the time it's just like, okay, well, these parries, they still look hard to do. But like Luxasia, who I fought yesterday, for example, I didn't realize in the heat of battle that when you parry her lightning, like the lightning bolts that she shoots down at you from the sky, if you parry those, they actually get sent back up to her. Like they actually, you're just deflecting the attack back at her. And I think that's because the only ones that I really parried were the ones where like she'd, not the big attack where she sends like fucking 8 of them at you or whatever it is, but like where she'd like fly up into the air and shoot like 1 at you and then hop back down. There were a few times where I did successfully parry that, and I did notice like the difference in color, but I didn't, because of my angle, I just didn't see that it was flying back up at her. Like the couple of times that I did that. So I just never picked up on the fact that that was what happened. But the point is that if you, at the start of her second phase, if you manage to parry like all 6 or 8 or however many of those there are, they all get sent right back to her, and they do like a total of like, I don't know, 2,000 damage to her, or maybe like 1,500. It's quite a bit of damage. So anytime she shoots like lightning at you, I don't know about the ground wave versions, but the ones that she shoots from the sky, you just want to parry apparently, because they'll just hit her for free basically. Which, if I had known, I definitely would have adjusted my strategy to at least try to parry those. I'm not saying I would have been good at it, but at least it would have been something to try. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. I do feel like a lot of the game's problems are largely just alleviated by making the parry window like a couple of frames bigger. Like that's really all it needs to be. Because then the game can just rely on parrying like it wants you to without demanding that you be perfect. You know, like most people that play these games, you know, we're not robots. We don't have like split-second timing that we can do. We can all react to things if we're given the chance to react to something we can discern as a pattern, like over and over again. But when you're fighting these bosses and they have like 5 million different combos, it's really hard to put those things together because they're always doing something different. And they're always hyper aggressive, and they always do so much damage that if you fuck it up, you're just dead. So it just feels like it takes forever to learn anything because you have to do the fight 500 times. Apparently these devs do have that perfect reaction times. Maybe they do. I mean, the thing is that when you're developing a game, you don't have to actually be good at the game to develop it. You just have to put it together. You can always turn on debug mode to just kind of like do shit yourself. Because if you can practice stuff, like as someone who has played games, well, Elden Ring and Horizon Forbidden West, I've played in debug mode because I wrote guides for those games, official strategy guides for Future Press. And I'll tell you, it's a lot more easy to get used to playing or doing those kinds of boss fights when you can practice them with, you know, immortality, basically. I'm not saying I did a lot of that, but there are times when I've turned on no damage for my character so I could just run around the map really quickly. I didn't usually spend a lot of time fighting bosses unless I had to just get them out of the way for a story progression thing really quick so I could do something for the guide. Because I didn't really want to like spend a lot of time like just fighting the bosses casually. Like obviously when you're trying to work, it's different than playing the game, you know? But I'll tell you that much, like it doesn't exactly sharpen your skills when you are, you know, playing like with invincibility, because you don't really have to be good at the game. But I will say that like you can, you know, when you have the keys to the kingdom, you can just say, okay, this boss is dead. I don't have to deal with this right now. You don't, you know, I'm not saying it wasn't quality tested to some degree. I'm sure some of the devs probably do have that reaction timing, but they also had the time to like put the boss together to know exactly how it works. They already know what to anticipate. So when you're going into that, if you're even going to play it yourself, you already know exactly what to expect and what the timing is going to be like for the most part. And I'm sure the devs probably fuck it up too. I can't really imagine that all of the devs that made Lies of P, like like just straight up even like combat designers slash programmers, have the natural skill to just first try those bosses. I'm sure a lot of them would actually get stuck the same way I do. Um, the key difference is just that, you know, like I said, as a developer, you don't necessarily need to be good, good enough to beat the game, or good enough to even master the game. You just need to basically be good enough to make the game, and then hope that it's fair enough that it can be beatable, which you can get other people to do to test for you if you're not good enough for that. But either way, whether that's, you know, even if those devs are all capable of that, if the devs are all just like, you know, the most gamer pros that exist and they wanted to make the most pro gamer game to ever exist, you know, kudos to them. I don't really blame them for it, but it's certainly like not the most approachable game, and it's clearly turned a lot of people off from buying the game too. I don't think that they've had a poor, you know, sales rate or anything. I think a lot of people bought this game. And some people would just be like, oh, that seems really challenging, punishingly so. I kind of want to try it. All right, sorry for the barking. But you know, either way, right? It's not it's just one of those things where I feel like you know, personally they could have built this a little bit better, but I still like the game overall. I still see myself potentially playing it more in the future. I just kind of want to like hope that maybe somewhere in the future they implement some way to either just naturally increase the parry window so the whole game feels a bit better. I know some people will be disappointed in that because they'll just be like, oh, well, now it just feels more like Sekiro and it's too easy and I just wanted something super punishing. That's fine. But the way that they could do that or get around that at least is by, again, implementing an item, you know, like a permanent item that allows it to just stay that way. I don't even care if it's an amulet. They could, again, they could even introduce something like that in DLC to be like, hey, as long as you're wearing this amulet, your parries are easier, you know. And what it actually effectively does is adds like 3 or 4 frames to your parry window, and it'll still feel tight at that point, but it'll probably be a noticeable difference to be like, I feel like I'm getting them more consistently now. And as long as you do that, it at least gives the players who want the super punishing experience to keep that, and the players who want a less punishing experience to also have their way. The only thing is you have to at least enable players to get something like that soon enough in the game that they don't have to overcome like the entire game just to get the item. You know what I mean? I didn't even know that you could parry those. It makes the boss so much easier. I always try to dodge them. Yeah, I feel like the sky lightning is not super hard to dodge, although it depends on your angle from her, because when she does like the brief one where she just shoots 1 or sometimes 2 at you, if she's like practically, if you're really close and she's practically right overhead, it becomes much harder to dodge because it has so little travel time. If she's further away, then you get a little bit more time to like see them coming and actually dodge them appropriately, and they feel fairly easy to dodge, but difficult to parry. And so the parry timing on them will still be tough, but if you do manage to, you will send them right back at her, which is nice. Mind you, again, that may be the only thing in the entire fight that applies to is those couple of like sky lightnings, like the big attack and also the shorter ones. I don't know if any of the ground wave lightnings can be deflected, like where she sends them at like in a line at you. Anyway, I should get back to it here. Hopefully my internet will stay stable. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. Hopefully I'm not forced to do a super short stream. Of requirement for devs to do a full playthrough of their game to test difficulty. It takes time, but would be very beneficial for balance. I agree, but I think I'm not going to pretend like I'm some super gaming insider. Like I know how everyone makes their game, especially when it comes to like semi-indie projects. But to me, it seems like a lot of game devs are willing to play some of their game stuff piecemeal to see how it works in action, but they're not necessarily going to quality test the entire game themselves to see if that it's all working right. They'll kind of like, you know, that's kind of what game testers are for, if they want to have game testers. And if they don't want to hire people to do that, usually there's like people within the company or group or whatever that are willing to do that. Now, if you're a super indie project, you know, it's just you and a couple of other people, or even just you yourself, and you don't want to spoil anything or have somebody like test a thing, you know, aside from yourself, then really it's just on you. But I would say that's honestly kind of bad practice, because quite frankly, if you're developing a game like as a small group or even solo, you really kind of need somebody. Sorry, I'm like focused on what I'm doing here. Okay, thankfully that guy's actually not that tough. He sort of surprised me a little bit. But yeah, you really kind of need somebody to do play testing for you. Otherwise, your game is likely going to ship with problems. Oh, great. Now this guy will be strong on the other hand. Grand. What? He just barely, like, slowly sidesteps that? And he just avoids that entirely doing that, huh? I'm trying to use my other Fable attacks more often, because I find myself not using them. You know, in part because I want to use the buffs. Here we have, once again, another enemy just popping out of a room that they should not exist in. Because it's not a room. It's like, it's just a sealed off brick, you know, cubby. Full Moonstone of the Covenant. How many of those do we have now? 5? So we can fully upgrade probably 5 of each weapon if I had to guess. Assuming we found all of these. Or 5 of each like type of weapon, I mean. So you can fully max out 5 normals, at least 5 normals. I'm not sure about the boss weapons because... Let's see. This takes it to +5, so I'm not sure. That's so weird because like it says up to +3, but then what do you do to get it to +4? Does it just skip to +5? No, it says up to +5. So maybe you need this to +4 and +5, which means you're only going to get it to like 2 actually. That's a weird design. It should be the other way around. They should make the Dark Moonstone of the Covenant raised to +4 and then have the full Moonstone of the Covenant, or Dark Moonstone of the Covenant, I mean, do just the +5 at that point. And maybe that's how it does work and it's just a typo, but I don't know. It seems unlikely because they probably would have fixed it by now. Okay, we're not going that way yet. That's a shortcut. Anyway, Lies of P has really been like a lot of fun. I like it a lot. I just hope that maybe sometime in the future, and or whatever the devs work on next, because I know they're working on another title. Whether, I don't know if it's linked to this or not, but like apparently there's some sort of like post credits thing that like indicates that they're working on something new. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about that. But yeah, this for like a first time thing, this is certainly like a phenomenally well made game. I do just think that it'd be nice if it had a slightly better balance, you know, as per usual. What? Your buddy just like ignored you. Oh wait, these guys are backstabbable? The other ones aren't. I don't know why those ones are. Hey, Shadok. Why does P have gray hair? I feel like I missed a bunch. I don't know if you care about spoilers or not, but yeah, we met. Okay. I mean, obviously I'm super late game, so anyone who cares about spoilers probably isn't watching. But, yeah, we met the real Sophia, and we chose to give her peace by letting her die, which changes your hair to like this kind of gray blue color. Can't believe that still hit me there. Oh, because the angle of the stairs, or nope, that just has insanely long reach. I love those fire breather guys. They just it just sounds like they yell fire at you like they're fucking Dovahkiin, whatever the fucking Fusro Da of the fire breath is, but except it's like a consistently long yell, so like they just ate too many fucking chili peppers and now they're just like, oh no, it's one of you again. It's not the boss version, but this enemy still kind of sucks a little bit. Just at least it's not the boss. That fucking field boss version sucks. Yeah, maybe we test this on you. Come on. Yep, you can just hold block. That's cool. That does not last long. That lasts for like 15 seconds at best, it looks like. Okay, can you like chill for 1 second? Yeah, now I really wish I had the double grindstone use. I guess I could respec if I need to, or well, we do get more quartz, but I don't think we're gonna get enough. I could wait until we see, like, when we get to the next boss fight and just see how much we have. Because if it's just one, then it's obviously not gonna be enough. That guy's really good at posture breaking, apparently. I'm just like hemorrhaging heals on my way through here. I gotta get like in the zone and actually fucking properly dodge or parry some of this shit. I like the paintings. Fire Breath in Skyrim is apparently Yol Tur Shul. Okay. You and your little top hat and your fire breath. Oh, so another electric boy. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of y'all. Kind of suck a little bit. Alright. Still love me the puppet string. But yeah, I'm not too sure about like the perfect parry grinder stone. If you have 2 uses of it, that's obviously good, but it only seemed to last for like 10 or 15 seconds, which is super short. So you're obviously not going to be able to use it for long in a boss fight. You're just going to use it for like one big combo maybe. Like during the Luxasia first phase where she does that like upward sweep like 60 times, like that would probably be alright. But you'd have to like anticipate it, because if she doesn't do it... There's another one of those. If she doesn't do it like at a good time, it's obviously not going to be useful. I just feel like, I don't know, maybe it's not that great. If a boss has like a good, like a big combo they do at the beginning of a transition, like of a fight, that would be a good place to use it, I suppose. I think for you, I'm just gonna... Thought about throwing shit at him, but I'm trying to save my throwables. Oh man, I keep forgetting cat dust is even a thing. We can make ourselves like a slightly stealthier. I wonder if it's actually any good. Obviously I haven't tried it yet. Okay, I'm not seeing any like secret things to drop to. Just all places we've been, still nothing to drop to go acquire. Full Moonstone means that you could probably get, I guess, 6 normal weapons up to max then. Because you've already got 3 there. I mean, obviously you can get, like, all of the normal weapons up to at least a +9, which is pretty good. +10 is not... It's probably not that big of a difference. Like, it's obviously worth having, but... Assuming this is going to lead us back to the other side of that shortcut door, probably. Hopefully. Yep. Not sure why the extra door is even necessary there. They could have just put the elevator there and just have it be inoperable. Oh, maybe that's easier somehow to do this. Obviously, it doesn't really require any special coding. Then you can just put a fucking... You can just copy paste the shortcut door there. Supposedly these guys are backstabbable. Yep. Only the rapier one. The regular cane guys and the electrified cane guys don't seem to be backstabbable. I suppose we're... Yep, that looks like Fox to me. I did kind of kill your quote-unquote brother, so I'm assuming we're about to have a battle, possibly. Maybe not. She might not actually care.
At first, it was money. There was no way out of this dump other than buying your way out. Later, when his sight started failing, all we had was swallowed up by the first few treatments. He was going totally blind. But now, the fruit is useless. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Not that such a promise is worth anything to you now. But I wanted to set the record straight before, you know. Revenge is all I have left.
Yeah, well. Y'all could have just, you know, not.
You might be my first real challenge. Come on.
Okay, I really hate how often you get stuck on people when you're trying to dodge.
Tricking someone to survive. Maybe that's human nature.
Come on, you're running out my fucking buff by doing these weird actions. Just, it's already gone. You suck.
I thought maybe we could be friends.
No, you didn't. You wanted to use me like everybody else. Don't give me that fucking bullshit. That's what you think of as friends. It's just someone to use. Okay, that was delayed. I literally couldn't do anything with that.
Tricking someone to survive. Maybe that's human nature.
Okay, apparently we just hyper combo. This is what I mean when I say the game is just very inconsistent with stuff.
Maybe we could be friends.
It just does not really let you know when stuff is going to be like that. What? Okay, you just interrupt that, huh? That seems a little lame.
Tricking someone to survive. Maybe that's human nature.
Okay, come on, game. I swear to God, if that had killed me, I would have been real mad. Game, can I please just be allowed to do something? She keeps stagger locking me like I just can't fucking move.
I suppose we villains never get to choose.
Alright. Well, I figured it would come to that. It didn't need to. That guy died standing up. Honestly, you know, I could have tried giving her brother some fruit, but I don't know that it would have done anything. Obviously, it seems like his sight... Hey, Geppetto. Can I just ignore him? I guess I won't, but... It does seem like you can just leave. Maybe it won't let you. His hands got stuck. Yeah, maybe. You know, the more that I've thought about this, I do kind of think that Geppetto probably did start the puppet frenzy. Whether he meant to or not is a question, I guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did just kind of like do this shit just to get his son back. You know, it would make sense. I still don't know if it was the right choice to just not go ahead and tell Venini that Geppetto was like who instigated this. I don't think Geppetto is specifically the bad guy, or at least not the only bad guy, because clearly Simon Manus is up to no good, but...
It saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a tremendous amount of ergo. I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully, for my sake. Was I a trustworthy
I mean, I don't know.
father to you? I see. I have the courage to carry on.
I mean, probably not, but I don't really know how to answer that because, like,
And come back to your father's side.
outside of him potentially causing that, which we don't have the full story for,
We can become that again.
he hasn't otherwise lied to us. Your heart is pounding. That's new. Now I want to go check the portrait just to see if anything has changed there, because I feel like that's connected to our lying or truth telling. I'm not really sure what specifically you need to do, but yeah, I want to go see if it's changed at all. It may be that nothing happens until like after the end of the game with that, but I guess we can go find out really quick. We're probably getting close to the boss. Maybe there's like another round of enemies to go through yet. But it very much seems like we're becoming a real boy now. If we have a quote-unquote heartbeat. Oh, it's glowing. Golden Lie. Okay, so it's a special weapon. So it cannot disassemble. So it's not really technically a boss weapon, but I mean, same deal, I guess, unless it can't be upgraded. So we just got like a our special weapon is a big nose. I don't know what to refer to that as. Hang on a second. I want to see where we left off with the P organ. So we'd just be starting another new one. I mean, I could start this one at least. Oh no, wait, we have this to finish. I mean, I guess we'll just finish this one up then, because it's probably the last quartz. I wish I had done this, but again, we can respec if we need to, so might as well just get that last amulet slot out of the way. I'm gonna hope we just don't need it. All right, let's figure out what the hell we want here. Perfect guard, fable, charge, enhance, increase weapon durability, recovery speed. Special grindstone, weapon durability, recovery, lower legion consumption in a crisis, fatal attack, fable charger. Reduces stamina consumption from dash. I don't know if this is for running or dodging. It seems like dash would be for running, because they refer to dodge elsewhere in a different one of these, and they call it dodge. They don't call it dash. I wish the game just had like a regular FromSoft explanation button sort of thing, or just a better description so that it wasn't confusing like this. Shouldn't that be a heart now? I mean, I guess, well, it sort of is. It's like a synthetic heart. It's the thing that we've seen in the menu, I think, the main menu. When you start up the game, I think the P organ is the heart that's in your chest. It's that weird, like, golden steampunk clockwork heart thing. Charge Legion when eliminating an enemy. It's not going to be super useful for us right now, but we might just take that anyway. For New Game Plus type shit. Special Grindstone increase effect duration. Okay. It says 1, but I don't see a 2. Maybe it gets unlocked on New Game Plus. Let's just take this. Now we have a 4th amulet slot. I don't know if we have enough capacity to immediately do another amulet, but we can level up our capacity if we need to. Geez, what would I want at this point? Extra motivity. 3 motivity and technique would probably be even better. That would still be within our bounds of what we can wear. It's up to plus 12 for the knife. We could always throw on like the human or puppet destroyer one if we need to. We can always just switch this out, and I should be switching this out more because I keep forgetting to. I think I wore this the whole time I was fighting Luxasia, and I probably should have switched it like to the maybe the human one. I'm not sure what she counts as, to be honest, but I don't think she's a carcass. I think she's... I feel like all the alchemist, you know, Frankenstein people are technically humans by category. Reduces physical damage taken, we could do. Shows our physical resistance go from... Weird. This has higher defense than this. This is, I guess it's just the damage reduction rate. That makes sense. This improves our defense, not our damage reduction rate. But apparently, motivity and technique improve defense, or at least one of them does. But then this improves the damage reduction by like 8 points, which is not amazing, but like could be worth it maybe. Stam recovery speed, passive HP regen, increase max HP. Maybe we just want the extra max HP for a little bit more survivability. Although I don't know how much the difference that's going to make. It'll put our HP up to 556. I mean, that's a pretty significant hike, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just take the extra HP for now, and we'll decide later if we want something else. We're not getting a lot of damage out of the stat boost ones, because it's physical, and our stats in those categories are really low. Alright, I just want to see what this thing can do. So it's a staff, basically. I'm a little... it doesn't really look like a nose at the other end. It's just pointy, but like... Although it does kind of still look like a nose on this side. Yep, you can see like the nostrils. Golden. So I guess we were growing a golden coin tree out of our face there on the painting. I don't know. That's so weird. Oh, that's actually much faster than I was anticipating it to be. Let my stamina come back here. Is Hugo determined you to be worthy for that weapon? Yeah, I have no idea if that sentiment is supposed to be for a specific weapon or if that's just what he says. But yeah, I don't know if he'd consider us worthy of this weapon. I mean, I feel like we lied on our own to get it, so Hugo will just have to live with that. Interesting. So if you follow up, that becomes a triple jab charge attack. Basically gets the same fatal as like the saber. Alright, so the moves are Storm Attack, Furious Golden Hits. Okay. That was Storm Attack. Swing your weapon to attack and defend simultaneously. Hold the attack button down to keep swinging. Wait, hold on. That's... Okay. That's pretty cool. You basically... It doesn't do like a ton of damage. Weirdly, it doesn't seem to trigger knockdown, despite being technically a Fable attack. Maybe the LB plus Y ones don't trigger, I'm not sure. I think it works. Yeah, it seems to defend you and attack at the same time, so that's pretty cool. It's the one, like, advantage of, like, the katana, the Two Dragons sword, is that its charge attack has something like that. Like at the very beginning of it, you do like a little swishy flare parry thingy. But yeah, I don't know. Hang on, I want to go grab these golden coin fruits. Oh, also, I want to see if Giangio has anything to say, because I haven't talked to him in a while. And then we'll run back. I do still think it's good that they made this into an earlier respec. I think it doesn't make sense, but at least you can get the respec earlier than you can, you know, because this is like a chapter 5 thing or something like that instead of chapter 7, and the end of chapter 7 at that. It still requires you to get to like the end of chapter 5, but or is it chapter 6? I'm not sure. No, I think it's chapter 6 even, which is really not much earlier now that I think about it.
Stalker, please.
Okay, you still don't have anything new to say. And nothing new to sell. I would not necessarily be opposed to using a Spectre some on like another playthrough, whether it's off stream or otherwise. I want to know that I can get through the game without using a Spectre, but I'm not, like, just to make the game easier, I don't think I would be as bothered by it, honestly. Apparently a lot of people have used Spectres to get through the game. I don't think that that's wrong, by the way. It's the same like argument as like using Spirit Ashes in Elden Ring. It's a tool that the game provides you. It's not cheap, it's not cheating. I just, you know, whether it's a matter of ego, pride, whatever, a matter of ergo even, I just want to know that I can beat the game without using them, that's all. I think if I do New Game Plus, I mean, I might do Advanced for a while, but I might pivot into trying out like the Ouroboros' Eye, because that seemed like a lot of fun. Maybe the Puppet Ripper, but it sounds like a technique build might be my jam. I feel like in the early game, like if I instead of New Game Plus, if I was to start the game over, I would do a Motivity build, because I feel like in the early game, I think Motivity is just better and also possibly easier. Like, you have to be a little choosier with your attacks, but especially by the time you get like the Pipe Wrench and you can just throw that on the baton, like, it just seems like that thing is crazy powerful. Like, you can practically one hit some big enemies with that thing under the right circumstances. But technique, on the other hand, I think gets some really cool stuff. I just think it mostly gets really cool stuff later rather than early on. Like, maybe some stuff that you can get like early-ish isn't too bad, but like the etiquette, the umbrella here, I did buy all the boss weapons if you hadn't noticed. Seems fun, but I don't think it's actually that strong, just having seen some people use it. Actually, let me talk to Hugo again. I don't think he'll have anything to say, but
I want to give Aladoro's belongings to someone who...
yeah, no. Yeah, so I opted to just buy all the boss weapons so I'd have them. So maybe next time around I'll just get all the amulets for New Game Plus or something. Alright, I guess we can head back unless I want to just squeeze out a level really quick here. We could throw... We really don't need any more capacity, I think, unless... Hang on. Yeah, no, we're still underweight, so that's fine. If I was going to put one level into anything, what would it be? I don't know. Not much does much for you at this point, because I'm not using weapons that scale much with Motivity and Technique, so I'm not going to get much out of it. I'll get some, but it'll be like nickel and dime. Same for if I put anything else into Advanced at this point. If I get 2 levels, it'd be a little bit more significant, but still not a lot. But I could up my Technique to like 14 or my Motivity to 12 if I get 2, which I probably have enough for some of this shit. How much do I actually need for a level? Because I just feel like I should use some of this stuff up. 15, so we almost have a level already. Use like one of these. Must be close. What? How are we still not there? 15992, okay. Use this, use one of these, and then let's just say like a couple of those. That might be enough. Oops, level up. So yeah, we'll get a little bit more out of Technique than Motivity with the 2 weapons we have equipped. We'll get slightly more out of Motivity for the Electric Coil, but again, not tons. If we do 1 each, it's a little bit more evened out. If we just go with Advance, we're getting a little bit kind of across the board. Just, it's all still elemental damage. It's not going to be a lot. think just for the sake of having things kind of be evened up a little bit, I think I'm just going to put them into motivity. I mean, don't get me wrong, 2 more points of stamina certainly wouldn't hurt, but I just don't know that it's necessary. We're going to still occasionally run out of stamina here and there, but I feel like that just happens anyway. And once again, my bitrate is being shit. Hooray. Rather, my internet, I guess. We'll see if it recovers before we progress. And this is frustrating. I just want to beat the game. But I just don't want the fucking internet to get in the way today. Because I need to take the day off tomorrow. I have plans for work. I can't just not do that. So I'd really like to finish today if possible. Or at least get close to finishing. I can potentially play again Saturday. Come on, dude. Just fucking stabilize, please. I don't know what's going on. This kind of shit's always really frustrating as a streamer because there's no way to anticipate that this sort of thing's going to happen unless your internet's just before you press start stream. You don't know like if anything's going to happen, but if you're before you start your stream, if your internet's being super slow, obviously you could just be like, what's going on? And if you do a speed test and you can see that it's like, oh, my upload's in the trash as well as my download or something, then you can just be like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to stream. But you know, these little fucking slowdowns that just seem to be happening right now where I don't know why it's being throttled. Maybe if I just restart my internet, you know, my modem, my switch, my router, maybe it'll fix itself. But obviously if I do all that, I'll have to stop stream for several minutes, which is never great. Okay, maybe it's stable again. I don't know. We're just gonna do the best we can and hope that it just doesn't shit on itself. Nope, it's not stable. It keeps looking like it's gonna stabilize and then it fucking doesn't. Come on, man. Stop this shit. Just wish my ISP could get its fucking shit together. Alright, I'm gonna try to continue, and if it stutters here and there, hopefully it doesn't much for you guys. And then if it gets bad, I'll just try to take little breaks or something. I hope it doesn't fuck up the VOD. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm gonna keep this series. I had already highlighted a couple, but I might just remove them because I feel like my first playthrough of this game has gone not poorly to the sense that I haven't, like, made progress, because obviously I have, but I don't know. I just always feel weird about keeping VODs where I just ranted a lot. I don't think the analysis is bad. I don't think, like, the other gameplay, etc., engagement is bad. I mean, people tend to not watch this shit anyways once it's been highlighted, but it's just a matter of, like, you know, is it something I want to keep around if I don't feel particularly proud of it, you know? What have we here? Assassin's Amulet. Increases critical attack. I don't really understand how crits work in this game. I'm gonna leave off on that one for now, but because I don't know if it's just like a random sort of deal. Okay. I guess that works. I'm glad she just kept trying to do the same thing. And that I didn't get hit by it. Oh, can I get a reaction, please? There we go. Nice try, buddy. Leaping amulet +1. Well, I guess we'll throw the better version of that on. Are we still underweight if we... No. Well, maybe we don't want to do that just now then, because we might have to switch back. How much stamina increase does that give you anyway? Stamina 173. So another 7 points. It's not bad. If I feel like upgrading my capacity to 36, I'll consider it, but I don't know. Capacity's weird because, like, oh wow, I just realized I gotta... Wait, did I just, like, not level up? What happened? Oh, I didn't level up. I thought I did. Well, I guess I could... Well, let me just continue for the moment. I don't want to backtrack. I must have just forgotten to confirm my choice. If I can make it to the ladder shortcut, we should be fine. I just don't want to, like, fight all the shit that I just fought again. And it looks like we got there. Okay. I don't mind me a shortcut from time to time. I guess we want to drop. Hold on. Hopefully not die. Okay. Well, I was hoping for something a little bit nicer than a star fragment, but that's fine. Alright, well, in that case, let me teleport back. I guess I'll put a point into capacity so we can up the stamina thingy, and then I'll put the other point into motivity or technique. I don't know. Or maybe we can squeeze out one more level with the ergo we have. It's not like I used it all. Let's just start here. Level up. Capacity. It feels weird leveling so much capacity, but, like, honestly, I just hit a point where I just didn't really need to put it into anything else, so... Okay, there we go. That works. Okay, the only other thing would be, yeah, even if we have both of those equipped, we're fine. So now we need 16k, so probably gonna need to be around 33 total, maybe 32 and a half. Let's see, so another 12,000 we can probably get pretty easily. 32, and let's say 500. I didn't even really need the 500. Okay, now we'll get our 2 points of motivity. I think that's what I had decided to do before. Yeah, let's just do that. Alright, Now let's go back. Thankfully, most of the bitrate issues or internet, whatever it's been, has happened when I've just been like having slow moments anyway, but I'm just worried that it's gonna like suddenly start struggling in the middle of like a boss fight or something and make it really horrible to watch. Let's see. This has been a longer area than I was expecting.
Did you feel that? It's like someone walked across my grave.
Maybe they did.
I sense ergo everywhere. I mean, this place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
Yeah, I kind of expected, like, after we beat Luxasia, I thought there was going to be, like, we might even just run right into the next boss immediately. Thankfully, it wasn't, or at least has not so far been, like, a Radagon Elden Beast situation with these bosses, because, like, well, all of the dual boss fights already kind of feel like that already. Or, you know, not dual, but, like, the two-stage ones. He's got an acid arm. Disruption arm. I don't know what that's supposed to be. He's like a boxer, but he looks kind of skinny at the same time. He's got bullets. Dude, I cannot see shit. Yeah, that's kind of a lame ability. You just fucking leave a giant fucking cloud, a fart cloud in your wake instantly, and he does it like repeatedly. You can't see where anything is, and the disruption piles on so fast that you just instantly die. Because there's like nowhere to go. Alright, no big deal. We can definitely kill that guy. We just need to have a better... We just need that to not happen so poorly, I guess. I mean, I could use like a special resistance thing before I fight him just in case. Probably wouldn't hurt. It's not, I mean, I've literally never used one, so probably wouldn't be a bad time for it. Punch you guys a long torso, which makes him look skinny. I don't think it's just that. I think it's because, like, elements of his design, compared to the other boxers, one of his arms is skinnier than usual, and parts of his, like, waist and stuff also seem skinnier than usual. He does have a long torso, like, you're not wrong about that, but... What? Okay. He sucked my ergo. Sorry, I didn't have much to begin with. Why did I do that? Man, you know, one thing that kind of pisses me off in this game is that enemies can, like, easily aim any sort of ranged attack, like, right up to you or down to you, no matter where you are. But your puppet string and shit like that only, like, hits in a horizontal fashion. Stop doing that. And, like, you do have other attacks that can hit higher, like the shit that you throw. Ow. it's the zoomies that y'all do that pisses me off, I think, the most. Another quartz. But we could at least start leveling the other one. The extra grindstone, if that's what I want to do anyway. I'd almost rather have the Fable slot, but I feel like having 2 grindstones, special grindstones, wouldn't hurt, especially with the increased duration. I really gotta learn how to parry these guys. Just keep taking damage for no reason. Alright, hold up. I saw a chest. Yes. No ambush? Okay. Another Legion Caliber. I think we only have 1 currently. If I had 2, I'd consider... or 3 even. I would consider... no, it would be 2. I would definitely consider leveling up the Flamberge again, just for the increased fire thingy. Because that's one thing that I... oh, okay. Oh, he fell. Alright. And he fell to his death, which is all I care about, really. I mean, he might have dropped something, I suppose. It looks like he did. I don't think he dropped anything important, though. So said Pistris 3. I, Adriana, recorded for the brothers and sisters, praise Pistris, the one who will swallow even God. I still think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but I don't care. Oh, look. Bitrate's going down again. I'm just gonna keep reading. Listen, my brothers and sisters, I, Pistris, shall tell you about true eternal life. An angel's gift was something humans dare not enjoy. My humans died with hope in their hearts, and the ones who lived harbored rage instead of death. Eventually, humans destroyed and burned their hope on their own. That is how the angel became the god torn to death. But today, there are definitely those who survived with the blessing. They, the immortal ones, still walk around and wish for the resurrection of God. I clearly told the truth I witnessed. Now you shall all follow his path. This path. Alright, I guess I'll give it a minute again to see if this recovers. I really hate to say it, but we may not be able to keep streaming today. It's mostly like the bitrate's getting lowered to like 3,000, which is not so much that it's going to stutter like crazy, but it's going to definitely stutter some when I'm trying to keep it around 6. And the thing is, even if I lower it to 3K, it's not going to be stable because it'll probably drop even further some of the time. And on top of that, it's going to start getting pixelated whenever there's like a big effect on the screen, or more pixelated, because I run in 1080p. This sucks. I really wanted to fucking stream today. Super fucking frustrating, man. There's no accounting for shit like this, and it's absolutely fucking frustrating when it happens. Because especially if you are in the situation where you do have to take days off because of a job or whatever, and you know, you got stream day coming up, whatever, and then your stream day gets completely fucking sideswiped by shit like this, then it just sucks even more. It's maybe finally stabilized again. I think we're approaching the boss fight. I'm gonna at least try it before I stop streaming, if I have to stop streaming. Simon Manus' confession. A father is like God to his son. Even I, Simon, was no different in my youth, but the one who created me was no normal human, and my abilities were extraordinary. You're a failure too. The ability to read minds. Being abandoned in front of God meant the world's destruction. From then on, my life existed to make a world without lies, a world where no one betrays you and there's only truth, even if it's forced. Now the finale is here. Once the door is open, it can't be closed. For humankind, I, Simon, gave up being human and decided to walk the path of immortality and the truth. My body will be broken and reformed as the god that was torn apart. I leave this record in my last moments as a human, Simon Pistris Manus. Pistris sounds like something Garol would do, yeah. I guess if he had the ability to read minds, I could understand him like really fucking finding lies to be like abhorrent to have to deal with, because you would always know that somebody's lying to you. Like, lies aren't great to begin with, at least, you know, something that's not like a little white lie or whatever to protect somebody's feelings. Yeah, here we are. This is the boss. All right, one thing before we go fight the boss, I wanted to go check one thing. I still don't know that it's going to do anything at all, but I want to see if... I don't know that the golden lie thing will interact with it, but I just want to see if that weird inactive stargazer can be interacted with, because I feel like we're possibly at the final boss of the game, which I'm sure is going to be a double stage fight. But I still don't fucking have any idea what this thing does, what it's for. No. I don't know, man. I might look this up. I mean, it could somehow be like a New Game Plus thing, although that would be weird for them to put this in here with this. Could do something with like post game. I'm worried that if I finish the game that I'll be like immediately put into New Game Plus. Does anyone know if you, when you beat the final boss, do you immediately go into New Game Plus or anything like that, or are you given the choice like other Souls, well, most other Souls games? It was like in Armored Core 6, if you finish the game, you're immediately put in a New Game Plus, which is not a big deal because of the way that game is structured, but it just always makes me kind of like have a little concern over that. See, it's weird because like well, maybe not. For some reason I thought part of the golden lie thing looked like this, but I guess it doesn't. You can say no and stay in the same playthrough. Okay. So that should give me the chance to come back and check this then. Thank you. Also, how's it going, Milspharaoh? Alright. Well, oh wait, are we back? Okay. Man, it's so annoying. They changed the way like the Twitch interface works like for when you're streaming on your on the mobile app version for Twitch. And every time I want to just quickly try to go and just like tell you, get like chat with you really quick, because you know, if my internet is actually dead, I won't be able to just use my computer, obviously, even if I go to like a browser window, clearly. So I try to bring it up on my phone, and then it's just, they make it so hard to just get to fucking chat for some reason. Like, I can go to my channel, I can press different things, but it's just like, I just want to fucking go to the goddamn chat window. Like, just let me go there, for fuck's sake. I have to hit like 60 different buttons, man. I'm sure it's bad just when as a viewer too, but I mean when you're streaming, your Twitch detects that you're streaming, so it changes some of the buttons around, and it gets like really fucky to deal with. All right, I was thinking of something, and now oh right, gestures. Yeah, we didn't get like a prayer gesture. I was kind of wondering if you could get one that would work in front of that altar, but it doesn't seem like there is a prayer thing. The only thing is respect, and I mean, entreat, you could think of entreat as a form of like prayer, but not really in this sense. One thing, okay, hang on. I just want to check one more thing. I don't think there's going to be anything there, but I want to go. Is it here? I just want to go see if the broken puppet like left anything behind. If he's like still there, or if he disappeared, I mean. Because we finished his stuff. No, he's still just sitting here. So heads up, Sis said she's gonna call when she gets home. I don't know when that'll be. No worries.
If I make human friends, we may not always.
Okay, no, he just chills here, presumably for the rest of the game. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's stable for the moment. My only hope at this point would be that like somehow the Twitch server was at fault and I got thrown onto another one, but I doubt it. Because my internet is, according to my roommate at least, some sites were loading very slowly, and then while I was checking this earlier, she texted me and said that our download speed was like super low, which wouldn't normally affect stream much because it's all upload, but usually when the download is bad, so is the upload. So if it's being throttled down to like barely enough to stream, then that would be why I'm getting these pitfalls. What did you turn yourself into, man? I've been smoking that ergo. That blue rock.
Behold, this is Ergo. Is it not magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies. A key that unlocks true evolution.
I'll start with acid against him, I guess, because he might count as human, but I honestly have no fucking clue what to use. Could be acid, could be fire.
Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Marnus, who will transgress even God. Bow
Man,
down
skip
to
leg day. He's got one.
who will be born.
His legs look so tiny compared to the rest of him. Alright, I'm sure this is going to be really hard.
Show me everything you have, Puppet of Geppetto.
He has a very big reach. I was out of stamina already?
Our Blueberry voices. Pathetic. Now die!
came out extra quick.
You face godlike power. Your time is running out.
Okay, that had a kind of a bigger hitbox than I was expecting. Alright, bad timing. Acid seems okay, but I don't know that it's the right call. It's hard to tell.
Our blueberry adores himself. Pathetic.
Oh, that's new. Okay. Never seen the shoulder charge. His first phase doesn't seem too bad, although I believe it was nerfed. Okay, the angle on that's kind of shitty, though. I should be parrying more, to be fair, but... Come on, just do the thing. Oh, shit. Well, I got iframes, but that was still really bad. It didn't want to let me fucking do my charge attack. I believe his first phase got HP nerfed. I still don't think it was that hard, but...
This is evolution.
Yeah, he didn't seem to do a red attack. It doesn't mean he doesn't have one, but he didn't seem so keen on using it, at least, if he does.
As I discard this fragile body. Witness me.
Witness me!
Grasp
Oh, shiny and chrome.
of a true god.
He has multiple mouths on his shoulder. Oh, I see. You had like a whole nother dude inside your other shoulder? Where your arm what used to be? I guess it did say he was like the arm of God or some shit like that, so... Ooh. He's got hands. Oh, I see. We're like evoking the that fucking painting, it's on like the Sistine Chapel or whatever. The touching touching thingies with God. You know which one I'm talking about. Oh, he's gonna have ranged attacks, isn't he? Yep. Oh, I hope you don't just spam that shit. That's gonna be really annoying to deal with. Because that does not seem super parryable like the, like the lightning shit was. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't even see where he was, so... So this is just going to like randomly... Oh man, there's a lot to pay attention to in this fight. It's just 3, at least for now. No, it looked like you were gonna do a follow-up attack. I just thought he was doing the usual, like, shoulder adjustment at the end there. Okay, I pressed dodge, but... Okay, I don't know how to deal with that. I just got lucky, I think. I'm kind of just trying to determine like what his elemental weakness might be, if anything. He might not even really have one, to be honest. Phase 2. Oh, so that just got like way bigger, I guess. What the fuck? That looks nasty as hell. Hey Belly, how's it going? Oops, I should be paying attention. It's really okay. Part of my issue with this fight, oops, I'm using the wrong thing. Okay, so he's summoning the big, yeah, oh no, that's the little hand, never mind. Just run. Okay. Never mind, that's the big hand suddenly. Gotta get the F out of there, get the F out of there. So anyway, what I was trying to say is, like, when you're really close to him like this, I can't see his weapon half the time. I was really hoping he'd stagger there. Yeah, I get distracted by the light and I didn't know what to do. Here, have some sawtooths. They're gonna do absolutely nothing to you. Fuck you. I knew I was really wishing he wasn't just gonna keep running at me like that, because I didn't really have a choice but to just get out of the way. Final boss, yeah, maybe, or unless there's like another fight after this, I don't know, but it seems like the final boss. Let me try the knife. We'll just see if fire's any better against him. I don't know that it's going to be. I think I want to switch my grinder stone for the stagger one just to see if it works any better. Now, you know, of course, he'll probably pull out some mega combo that I'm going to want the other one for, but... Oh, one other thing. Put this on there. And honestly, let's even throw in, like, some cluster grenades if we get close to killing him. Maybe some sawtooth. Or, sorry, saw blades, even, for the hell of it. Actually, not saw blades. Sharp pipes will probably be better. Because saw blades don't do much. And I don't know if they have to like stay in the same place for it to really do a lot. Tiny knife, yeah. I need to finish Fire Emblem so I can dive into some P organs. Yeah, it's the game has been good. It's also been really frustrating. I think, you know, you'll just want to be kind of prepared for that. Granted, you can use like specters for the boss fights. I just don't. But that does make things a little easier, I guess, if you use those little summoning pool thingies there to summon some help, they'll at least kind of make the fight a little easier, I suspect. I've never really used them, but I know people do. But yeah, I just wish the parry window was ever so slightly bigger, because the game really wants you to rely on parrying, but they make the window so tight. Like, it's way harder than Sekiro ever was. So that's kind of a weird reflection. It looks like from here, it looks like it's reflecting the back of me, not the front of me. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but anyway, before I run back in, guys, let me quickly, I gotta run to the bathroom, but I will be right back. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Now I can feel more prepared for the fight. Whereas now that I've drained the bladder, I'll lose all my skill. That's just how it goes. I think the same thing happened with Luxasia. As we said, skill is stored in the pee, which is stored in the balls. Just how it goes, man. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what this guy's, like, quote-unquote weakness is. It seemed like fire wasn't too hard to get on him, but I was throwing thermite, and that's always hard to tell, because when you throw enough thermite or, well, any of the elemental throwables at something, eventually it's going to trigger something. But, yeah. We'll try using the Stagger Stone just to see if it makes even the first phase any easier.
Show me everything you have.
In fact, I might just go ahead and use it. Just to see how that works. Let's get some. Okay. Spinning to win. I'm kind of not focusing too much on being defensive here. I have not seen that attack before. It also did not let me recover. Okay, game. Just let me get in there. I just want to see if this fire's doing fucking anything to him. I don't know. I kind of feel like acid probably was better than this. So, okay. The puppet string got blocked by the head of the weapon there, which was very bizarre. Like, okay, just want to dodge that.
The next evolution is coming. A world of truth, not lies.
Yeah. Just everything has... Okay, what is the point of rising dodge anymore? I don't understand. It just doesn't let you do it. Oh, now he does a red attack. Okay. Like, if you get pancaked by a big boss attack, you just can't... You just still can't rising dodge out of it anyways. Like, it doesn't make any sense. know if it's just because we killed him kind of quickly the first time, but I'm seeing attacks that I had not seen before. And that comes out so much later than you think it does. Alright, let's get out of that.
You face godlike power. Your time is running out.
That attack trips me up because I think he's... Okay, now it does a follow-up. It did not before. His weapon blocked me again. Is this just... Okay, that was... I don't know, it just sounded like that thing was still there for like a really long time. Look at his little head, yeah. Of course he starts with that. What was that attack? I didn't even see it hit me. Oh, come on. Don't spam. I can't see. The entire problem with this boss is you just can't see his attacks half the time. Yep. And he's just got 50 million follow-ups to everything that's going to counter anything you try to do. But only when you try to do them, because any other time he will not try to counter like that. Hey, come on. Oh, fuck off. Bro. I'm trying to just dodge a little bit here. Can't fucking see. Okay. Did not seem like that would hit me there. I don't know, sometimes my throwables are not coming out the way that they should. Shit. Get out of there. I don't want to just keep running away from him, but... Can't see. Stop sidestepping. He decided to do both hand attacks, so I had to run away instead of just dodging that. Okay, thought I got the parry there, but apparently not. Oh, no, 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 no. What are you doing? Wait, that's the end? Oh, shit. Okay. It was a little anticlimactic. I didn't want to just throw stuff at him until he was dead. I just thought maybe there'd be a third phase, because the second phase didn't really seem that hard. Again, it is technically post-nerf now, but...
So, it comes to this. The Blue Fairy
I feel like I did not learn that fight at all.
decides the winner. Truly, I envy you. The puppet my Sophia keeps turning back time to save. Is it her sense of duty, or her contempt for me? Or does she truly care for you? I gave up predicting Sophia's actions long ago. But I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sophia, what have you done to her? Sophia. Yes. I suppose that was her wish. Sophia was always wise beyond her years. Knowing the truth of people's minds is a curse. I would not have been able to bear it if it weren't for Sophia. Her pure heart was a tonic for my pain. That's why I wanted her. I did. But I couldn't have her in the end. So I tried to use this power to hold her. Even if these hands never caught.
Great timing there, health regen. Or pulse cell regen. The story of the one who dreamed. Find out about the last story of Simon Manus. Okay. Fallen Ones, Ergo, and the Arm of God. For a second there, I thought that was a weapon, but I think we have all those, at least outside of the boss ones to unlock. I kind of wish I hadn't used throwables on him so much, but it is what it is. 15k from that. The boy who was among those who were made to live an immortal life. However, he was deemed a failure and abandoned, and then he set out on a journey to become a god to prove himself. The Arm of God obtained after defeating Simon Manus. It is a mysterious relic that the alchemists treated as a sacred object. The alchemists believed that there was once a god who was ripped to shreds trying to give immortal life to the humans he so loved, and they wanted to revive him. However, the god who was deep in sleep never answered their prayers. I thought there'd be something in it. Oh, now it's doing it.
Now him, he really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human? Now you have my attention. Suit yourself, but it sounds fun to me. I wonder, what'll happen now? I sure don't know. But I do know one thing. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have
Jiminy
it any
Cricket.
other way.
It's always funny because, like, you know, it's Jiminy Cricket, and then they renamed him to Gemini, but they pronounce it still as Gemini, but with like the pronounced E at the beginning.
That's
certainly interesting. I feel like we're not done. Alright, hold up. I want to go quickly back to the hotel. Sorry, Dad. 1 second, please. I just want to see what we get for his boss weapon / amulet. I feel like Simon Manus, I mean, granted, again, he was kind of nerfed, although I don't feel like he was nerfed that hard, to be honest. He still took forever to stagger.
Strange. It hurts.
Right, we have a quartz as well.
Welcome.
Just making sure nobody has anything new before I do anything here. This reeks of one more
I
fight,
give
yeah.
Alidoro's belongings.
Fallen One's Ergo for the Noblesse Oblige. Or the Awakened God's Amulet. Increases Fable Art's damage inflicted on a staggered enemy. That's certainly cool. I'm going to take the weapon because I took all the weapons. Ergo Release. A downward blow, consume a set amount of Ergo to deal big damage to enemies. So it's kind of like the climax and some of the other dark magic spells from like Dark Souls 1 and maybe some other ones where you can like use, it consumes souls to make the spell more powerful. And Endure is the same thing. A mystical cudgel made from an Ergo crystal tree. While battering enemies, it emits spores, increasing the Ergo acquisition rate. Okay, so you actually... Interesting. You can actually get more Ergo when you have this weapon, I guess. Which also kind of feeds into its ability, but... I guess if you're out there farming Ergo, you can use this too for a little bit more. The stalker who desired wealth made a contract with a devil that liked music to gain a cudgel. Along with this, he was gifted with overflowing Ergo and the petrification disease.
At the house. I always welcome.
Still nothing really new here. Modify. I don't. Yeah. If I had like 2 available, I would consider. Oh, I guess I did get this already. I guess we could just take like, I don't know. Maybe we'll want to level these later. So give me like the guard attack thing, just so we have it spent.
Antonia is dead.
Oh, I guess I didn't
Doesn't
talk to her
feel
after
real.
this.
She was sick, but her personality was so formidable. The hotel feels empty without her. I would have done everything I could to help with weapons. Damn it. I'm so tired of people I know dying. So you'd better not die. If you can't stay alive, I'm gonna beat you up.
Okay.
You're here.
Alright, so otherwise, nothing new. Just want to quickly see what this thing is capable of. It's quite heavy. It's an interesting moveset. It's all R1s right there. I don't know if it just keeps slamming after that, if you have more stamina, but I keep running out. Batter up, bro. So that's what Endure looks like? Okay. Never really used it, and then you do get the buff for a bit, but... I should not have used that because I'm wasting my Ergo by doing it. That's okay though. Throw that back on. Maybe let's, I don't know, that's fine. I think we just want to spend enough to level up once at least here. Maybe we'll do twice. How much do we need in the first place? So still 16. So yeah, another like 32. So just get like 12. Maybe a little bit more. Just extra won't hurt. Yep. Okay. We get a little bit more out of 2 points of technique. I still don't really know if there's any point in really doing much here, but this is calling, and no worries. Let's just go with the technique for now. Alright, one last time. We'll go talk to Giangio. It might not be the last time. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to them after finished here.
Stalker, please. If you pick some gold coin fruit for me.
Okay, he still doesn't have anything new to say. For some reason I thought he was saying something new, but okay. I'm happy to give you gold coin fruit. I have plenty. I just wish that something else would happen with you is all. I mean, I had the carcass thing equipped again for that whole fight. I don't think it helped me. I don't know what Simon Manus counts as though. Is he human? Is he technically carcass now? Is he none of the above? I'm sure he's not a puppet. I feel like Acid was doing a little bit better against him, like marginally, so it was probably human. But I don't know. Oh, right, we have the P organ thing to do. Let me do that real fast. And we'll head back out. Go see what awaits us in the Geppetto moment and possibly final fight. It could not, there might not be a fight. It might just be that we walk up to him and complete the game or something, but I feel like they wouldn't just put a Stargazer right there if that were the case, so there probably is another fight to do. Alright, let's just put a point into the special grindstone one just to get it started, but I think now we probably have the last quartz. So until New Game Plus, we're not going to get anything out of this. And stagger attack from behind probably wouldn't hurt. I mean, in general, there's a lot of bosses that are hard to actually even hit from behind, but there's enough that you can. I guess it just depends on like how, like what is considered behind, like specifically backstab range, because the backstab window is tiny compared to just generally being behind your target. So I don't know how much this helps. It's like that. Perfect Guard Destruction Enhance. You know what, let's just take that, I think. Wait, Condensed Legion. Oh, and only half the... I suppose that could be useful if we're low, because it would technically make that better, but... Ambush, Stagger. I think Ambush is backstabs, which I don't care too much. I think Fable Art's attack is not super useful for me now, but it might be more useful next run, but that's... I don't care too much. Let's just go with the Perfect Guard Destruction. I don't think the second is better, but... like than the first, but I'll just take it anyway, just in case it is. I think they're the same amount, just you get it twice. So it stacks. Okay, yeah, so this portrait is just in no way interactable anymore. Well, let's head back then, I guess. I think that's it. Unless, we could go check that Stargazer, that inactive Stargazer one last time. It may not be the last time if something else comes up, but maybe now that Manus is dead, something happens with it. I don't know. I just wish there was some clue to it because I just don't know what to do with it. Again, for all I know, that could be something that's specific to New Game Plus even, and it's just there to let you know to look for it at some point later. Still can't do anything with it. Okay, well, I don't really know what to do with it, and short of just like trying out a bunch of gestures in front of it or equipping different weapons in front of it, I'm not really sure. And or possibly amulets, but I don't have any of the boss amulets, so if it was one of those, then we're definitely out of luck. Alright, let's go. I think I'm going to switch to my electric coil. If this is a fight, like, Geppetto's all about puppets, not really carcass things. So I'm going to switch this. Hang on, let me just do it this way. I want to keep this in case we end up fighting Geppetto himself, because he's probably still going to be a human unless he's secretly a puppet, which is the other reason why I want this. Otherwise, if he unleashes a puppet on us, then we have electricity ready to go. And I think I'll just preemptively go to humans or puppets. I guess I'll just choose puppets in case he's secretly a puppet, and if he turns out to be a human, I'll try to swap that quickly. Or if we're just, I mean, I assume he is human, I just mean if we end up fighting him. But I have no idea. I just want to be prepared if we're, because we haven't fought like a puppet boss in a while, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't like maybe one more we could get, possibly. Maybe not. Maybe the end of the game, it could be more like Bloodborne, where, you know, you get the kind of more like beast stuff early, and then it's more alien stuff later, you know, the kin. So you're better off like being equipped to fight the kin later than earlier in the game. All right. Well, I guess that's probably everything we can do. How many more throwing things do we have? Just to check, let's see here. 61, 61, 58, 20. That's not even including the 7 that I'm looking at there, so I guess we're pretty well stocked for now. If we are going to fight something else, let me re-equip the cluster bombs and I guess the sharp pipes up here, just in case. In case we want to use them, that is. I mean, this looks like an arena, so I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Okay, we can't interact with that. Alright, Geppetto. What's up, dude?
I knew you could do it. We have all the ingredients we need.
Of course.
I dreamed of this day for so long. The moment you'd come back to life. You can be human again. By using that vast supply of ergo and the arm of God. I just need the final ingredient. The one that holds your memories and your lifespan. Your heart. If you give me your heart, all these trials and tribulations will be over. You have been a brilliant and a good boy. As your reward, I shall turn you into a real boy.
I feel like we've kind of more or less become human already. Or mostly human. I mean, we're still a puppet, but this is feeling like Gehrman vibes to me. I'm gonna say no.
I believed you were a good boy. But you insist on breaking my heart.
I mean, if this leads us to a fight, then I kind of wanted to choose this anyway, because I want to see what's left.
Carlo was mischievous. It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories.
The
But
venom in that
father
voice, yeah.
always looks after his children. Even naughty ones.
You know, I could just be
must
your
be
Pinocchio
punished.
child, like
you.
I get that you want your
In my own
Carlo
way,
back, but
I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life.
right. So what you're basically saying is that I would have to die and Carlo would get reborn, but we kind of are Carlo at the same time. I don't know. It's weird. All right, old man. What secret combat abilities have you got? Does he have like a mech suit? We're gonna fight Geppetto and his AC.
I believed you were a good boy.
Is he just gonna pull out a weapon or something?
If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself.
I guess he's got some alchemy shit going on there as well. Oh, I get it. Puppet strings. Okay, I was not expecting like a full-on body to be stored in that. It's a little small for that.
Son.
Oh, damn. Wait, is this what's left of Carlo? Did he make this out of Carlo?
Become a real
It's his nameless
human.
puppet. Well, it's a puppet, so I think I chose
Come
right.
to me, my son.
I'm sure this is going to be 2 phases again.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had got it straight. You troublesome little puppet.
Ow.
Your freedom is not for you, but Carlo.
I'm going to have to learn how to parry this guy. Ooh, he runs quick.
To resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
I am trying to parry him, and it does not seem to work very well.
If you can't find those memories,
This guy is giving me no breaks whatsoever, like, to do anything. I don't understand the timing at all. It just seems he just doesn't seem to be parryable. Like I just can't seem to even get one off.
after I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret.
Of course.
If only I had spent more time with you. If only I had read you your favorite book. Father to son.
Why do I not expect a follow-up? Come on now.
Please regain your memories.
Did he heal? What happened there? I just saw him do something, but I'm not sure what he did, and I thought he got some health back.
You break my heart, son. Come back to my arms. No. This can't be. Come back to me, Carlo.
Okay, I was kind of hoping it would just be like an easy 1 phase, but there's no way. And that first phase is tough. Well, just because he's fucking fast. It's like he did the heal pose like you do. Yeah, I think he healed. I'm just not sure. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to cleave your face off. Alright, now he's gonna go fucking ultra mode and I'm gonna have no way to do fucking jack shit to him. Elden puppet, yeah.
How dare you? You're just a puppet.
He's got two swords now. Yeah. I kind of figured that's what was going to happen just then, but I didn't. Okay. Alright, Lady Maria, chill. And I'd love to be able to hit you with, like, anything. Man, I thought I parried that, but... I don't know why I'm wasting my consumables on him. We're not gonna win this. Okay. Okay. Like... Okay. Like, what the fuck, even? Like, how are you supposed to know that that's what's gonna happen? I mean, I get it. You learn moves, but, like, come on, dude. That was kind of bullshit. Just fucking instantly fucking shotguns you with that shit. A little fucking stupid. Alright, let's just preemptively use a couple of these. I'm gonna switch out my grindstone for the other one because I just don't feel like I can hit him fast enough for the other thing. That way we will maybe have something that we can use to block an ultra combo, but this is gonna be tough. I feel like I'm gonna be stuck on this guy for a while because he just seems very difficult. Do I need to adjust anything? No. I mean, maybe we want something that's better against slash damage, but I'm not sure. He kind of stabs with it, too. Hey, Dodo. Let's switch this out for the slashing one, I guess. See if it works any better. It's probably not going to make much difference, but it might even just be worse.
Come to me, my son.
I dodged, dude. What happened there?
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memory.
I don't understand the parry timing with this guy. Like, I feel like I should be getting parries here, but it's just not happening. Like, some of those feel like they really ought to be parries and not just regular blocks. Anyway, Dodo, how are you doing today, dude?
Is not for you, but for Carlo.
Finally. It's beginning to make me think that this guy can't be fucking perfect guarded, but then it's like, what are you supposed to do?
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
I just want any time to fucking do like a good attack here. This is you know, just kill me. This attempt is going very poorly.
Find those memories. I'll make you into a real human.
You have the puppet killer damage mod. Do you mean the amulet? Because yes, I'm wearing the amulet if that's what you're talking about.
You can become a real human.
I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in the fight, but...
My son.
Still, just way too early on that.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories.
This guy's, you know, it's like every other boss in the game, and I feel like it's just the main problem with it. Not only does the parry window need to be bigger, but every attack in this game comes out like it's a fucking lightning bolt.
Troublesome little puppet.
Like, I'm trying to parry those, it's just not even letting me block.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. Find those memories. I'll make you into a real human myself.
What the fuck? Why did it not trigger? It was lit up.
After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret.
Yeah, he straight up heals. It just can't seem to get the timing for that. It looks slow, but it's just I just can't fucking get the timing.
If only I read you your favorite book, Father to Son. Forgive me, Carlos. Please remember.
Yeah, I just wish not every, like, I wish that not, like, literally every attack in this game came out like a fucking lightning bolt. Like, you get this slow wind up and then bam, you know, it's just like instant. There's no travel time for sword swings. They just instantly hit you. So you have to just anticipate when the attack's going to hit you rather than following the wind up with your eye whatsoever.
Nothing more.
Which means you have to become perfect at timing rather than... Come on, dude, I dodged. I don't really know what to do with that. Or any of these. Would have loved if it had let me do that a little bit faster. This man is hyper aggressive in phase 2. And yeah, like they all have like huge health pools. I think that they nerfed Simon Manus to the point where he actually didn't feel that hard, which is maybe a mistake, but this one, I mean, I guess he's an optional boss because I'm assuming if I had, you know, accepted Geppetto's request that the game just ends, kind of like if you let Gehrman kill you. Yeah, if the the problem is, like, they just never give you a chance to do anything in this game. Like, when's my turn to attack? When's my turn to repair if you want me to repair my shit, let me do it, you know? I understand there's instant repair kits, but even those, they're like a limited item. You don't just have unlimited of them. And I wasn't even trying to repair. I was just trying to use my fucking grinder stone with a buff just to see if it would like work at all.
Human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom freedom is not for you, for Carlo.
It's this part where he gets like extra quick attacks that starts becoming an issue.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret. If only I had spent more time with you. If only I had read you your favorite book. Oh, son.
Alright, we're getting a little bit better at the first phase,
You're
but
just a puppet. Nothing more.
fun. Right.
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Eugene.
Like, what even do you do against shit like that? I keep trying to parry it, but there's just no indication of when the timing even, like, is supposed to be the correct timing. But, okay. I just love to get a hit in, you know? Especially when my buff is active. What? So I'm instantly dead, probably. No? Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. These attacks are just so fucking unavoidable. I hate that bullshit so much. I just figured I'd Hail Mary it and see if we got a stagger, but no such luck. I don't know what to do about the laser beam. Like, that attack, it has instant tracking no matter where you are. You can't dodge it unless it's like extremely precise, maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the last boss, Dodo. I think it's an optional boss at that, but although it's not optional anymore, I think we're locked in, but yeah.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like other puppets because of Carlo's memories.
I just want him to do the one that I find, like, easiest to fucking deal with. Come on, do the regular combo.
I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Can your combos end at some point? Like, let me do anything, please. Come on, game. Just let me react.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you a real human
Jesus Christ,
myself.
everything is a fucking... I can't even fucking block it. Come on, just...
I lost you. My life was...
Such a struggle, dude.
How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Come on, let me block. Man, I wish you would just let me fucking block sometimes. Like, if I accidentally dodge because I think he's doing a different attack, I just get kind of screwed. Because it doesn't even let me recover to block in time. Come on. Heal. Just pay attention to the button inputs, please. Great. Oh, that's just wonderful. I love being staggered and make it completely unavoidable. Bro, like, just, what do you want me to do? The Lies of P to Nitrous? Yep. That's exactly what it is. Alright. I have to find some way to actually parry this asshole because his shit's, like, practically... I mean, you can dodge some of it, but then when you do, he just ends up across the fucking arena on the other side, and then he just follows up with some other bullshit.
You can become a real human.
I meant to give myself some extra fable, but oh well.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlos' memories within you.
God damn it. I keep thinking to try to dodge that, and obviously you can't. Can you just do... Why does he not do the other combo anymore when I want him to? It's the one that like I can easily go in on.
Troublesome little puppet.
Oh, he's already in this phase? Like, he's barely even hurt. What the hell?
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlos. There's no other way.
I just wish I understood how to parry that combo. It's... Everything comes out so fast, and I'm trying to hit the button during the timing, but it just doesn't want to fucking work.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself.
Great, great miss.
After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but
Why am I stuck on you? I hate that so much. God, it's such fucking shit when that happens.
If only I had read you your book. Father to son.
Why are you interrupting my attack? I had a chance to do the fucking thing, and it just
How dare you?
just interrupted it
You're
instantly.
just a puppet. Nothing more.
That's new. I just want to hit him with a charge attack. I just don't understand the timing at all. It just seems that shit just comes out so fucking instantaneously. And the cue for it is just, hope you're paying attention, it's gonna come out eventually, and you're just gonna have to guess when until you finally learn the timing. Because there's no telegraph for it. Oh, great. I hate that attack so much. I couldn't do anything about it because I had chosen to throw thermite. The thing about this game, okay, the many things about this game, but another thing to add to the pile of many things about this game, but one of the things is that like really kind of fucking is irritating is that anytime you do anything, you get completely locked into the animation in this game. There's basically like 2 things in the entire game you can kind of cancel. Everything else, you are just fully locked into that animation for a long ass time. And, you know, it's too late. The sheer simple act of me just throwing a fucking bomb, you know, is an eternity when I like just overcommit by throwing like 1 bomb. I just can't dodge, block anything on the tail end of that animation, which sucks because it just takes so fucking long that you're just like, well, now he's doing this and I can't do anything to avoid it and I'm screwed. You know, and so the only alternative you have to an option to, you know, a situation like that is basically just like, well, I guess just don't do that, you know, don't use ranged attacks.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within.
Why do I always try to dodge that? I don't understand what's wrong with my brain. Now he wanted to finally do that follow-up that I was waiting for. At absolutely the wrong time, but at least I was able to make it work. Great.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the wrath. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Man. Can you heal when I tell you to? Why the fuck? Bro, why do the inputs just not come out sometimes? Of course. How are you? Okay. Can you just stop doing this, the cover the full arena attacks? Like, I just would love, like, anything normal. Jesus, see, I'm locked into the animations. I can't do anything to avoid that when that happens.
This is what real freedom feels like. Carlo.
Right. No, I forgot that he does that. I've only seen it like once. And that just goes everywhere, doesn't it?
I will help as much as I can. I'll see you crawl.
Okay.
So long to bring you back, Carlo.
Like, I can kind of parry some of it, but it's like, it's mostly accidental. And he is kind of destroying my durability every time I just fuck it up. And I really just don't want to end up having, like, no durability left. It's going to be really rough if that happens.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Wow, that was really useless.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant.
Come on,
with
do the...
other puppets because
That
of
was out of
Carlo's
stamina.
memories within you.
Alright, you know what? Kill me, because this went terribly wrong. The sharp pipe is, like, way longer to throw than I thought it would be. Like the animation again. Everything just takes way too long to do on your end. Like, I'm almost considering switching the handle of this weapon just so I have something that's not so fucking slow. So I can actually land a hit from time to time. But the problem is, like, it seems a little counterintuitive with the whole, like, combination head handle thing, but the blade type does kind of matter, I think. If you put a blunt weapon on the end of a, like, a spear, dagger, etc., something that does, like, stab attacks, I think it does less damage. Like, physical damage, at least. I don't know if its elemental damage gets nerfed or not, but it just kind of seems like that's the case. We could try with this thing. I don't know that it's going to be great, but the thing is, on this handle, it's going to have better stagger damage, too. So when I actually land a hit, it's just way better.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
There we go with that fucking attack every time.
You to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
I don't know why that first one should have at least been a block.
You had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet.
Man, can you just not have variable timings on all this shit?
Freedom is not for you.
So I can just actually learn to parry it at least? God damn it, why is it slower? Nothing is being parried at all.
To resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
Okay, we get it. You love flipping, we all know. Right.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself.
I don't know why I thought I could do that in between the two, but
After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I just don't understand the timing of that at all. It's just so hard to figure out. What? Okay, that was so much harder to dodge.
You're someone who doesn't give up. Who knows?
Fuck you. He wasn't really as annoying as Luxasia was. I mean, I still threw a bunch of shit at him, but, like, I don't care. I'm just at the point where I'm like, I don't care what I have to use.
Were you going to destroy
Geppetto?
heart?
Yeah, crush that P organ. Stage 3, let's go. I fucking hope not. I don't think so, though. I think he just died. And I don't think Geppetto's got any fight in him. Not with that thing in his torso. I want a Geppetto, though.
I'm sorry. Son.
I don't know why this music and this moment just feels very Final Fantasy-esque to me. Hello? Blue puppet lady? Did Sophia inhabit a puppet with the Ergo? I guess we're making that happen. Booba? I mean, look, basically you get to become like Ranni. She was a puppet too, technically. A doll. Just transfer her consciousness into it. I don't know if I don't think we became
So good to see
the woman. It looked like there was a small twitch there, so maybe we just fell asleep. I think we brought Sophia back. It might have cost us our life, or we just fell asleep. I'm not really sure. Okay. So that was a good game overall. Some serious quote unquote design flaws, I'd say, in terms of making this like perfected, but it's not that far off. Like, there's ways around the bullshittiness of fights, clearly. I just wish that it didn't mean resorting to like just keeping your distance sometimes and just hucking a bunch of fucking thermite and shit at an enemy until they die. Like, now sure, the legit way around it is actually learning how to parry, but the problem is that learning to parry in this game is so much harder than it is in Sekiro that I feel like it would take me a year to even get good at this game, like remotely good. Okay, maybe not a year, maybe like a month. But, you know, I'm exaggerating, but still, I just feel like there's no way to just super legit do some of the fights in this game without just practicing. You know, that special grindstone, especially if I had 2 uses of it, obviously would have made the fight go a little easier. Especially if I knew exactly when to use it in the second phase, because I could have, like, with the right advance buffs, I could have staggered him down first phase, done like roughly half of his HP, use the second grindstone, do it again, eliminate basically the other half of his HP, throw a couple of items if I need to even things out, and then boom, fight over. I have seen people no damage some of the fights that I've already done doing exactly that type of shit. So I know it's possible, even without using like the perfect parry grindstone. You know, but to actually learn how to do the parries in this game seems so difficult. I see you've beaten the P. Yep. Beaten P every day. How's it going, Sass? I feel like I dodged a bullet not getting this game. It looks hella dope, but the boss fights would have been a frustrating uninstall for me. Yeah, like, I really want to recommend this game. That's why I was so, like, torn when I was talking to you about it, because I was like, it is good. The areas are fun to do. There are a few annoying elites to fight, but for the most part, it's a fun game. And some of the boss fights are actually fun, but, you know, unless you're a master at parrying with this incredibly tight window, or if you can somehow reliably dodge everything in the game and still, you know, do meaningful damage, you know, you're just gonna struggle a lot with like 80% of the boss fights in this game. And that's I guess it's part of the appeal of the game for some people. Some people just love so much of a hardcore challenge that that's exactly what they want. So it's not like there isn't a demographic for that. But for the rest of us, like, I want a good balance between fun and challenging. In fact, I prefer things to be on the challenging side, but it still has to be a fun challenge. And the thing that's holding this back for me from being a fun challenge is just not being able to reliably do parries, for 2 reasons. Number 1 is just a skill issue. With that tiny of a window, it's just... Hang on, let me turn this down slightly. With that tiny of a window, you have to be exceptionally good at timing those parries. And when the game forces you to rely on that sort of thing, otherwise you're going to take a ton of damage, it really fucking beats you over the head with its difficulty. The other reason, and this is like a not a skill issue, this is a game design issue. I mean, you could argue the first one was kind of a game design issue just because it's so punishingly tight, but it's hitboxes being inconsistent. When you're fighting, not so much like the nameless puppet that we were just fighting or stuff like that, but big enemies, really big dudes, have big hitboxes because they have large limbs, large weapons, and if you're standing at just a slight angle from where, you know, what would otherwise be the perfect angle to potentially deflect something, that hitbox can hit you slightly earlier or slightly later than you think it's going to, which means your parry timing, since it's only like 8 frames, is going to be off if you try to parry with the timing that you normally do. So you have to somehow anticipate within this microscopic fraction of a second how you need to adjust that timing, which is almost inhumanly, it's like an inhuman feat to do. You have to just somehow be exceptionally good at feeling that out or it's just gonna fail automatically because of that minor difference in inconsistencies of hitboxes due to angling and stuff. Like I said, with smaller sized enemies, it's not so likely to happen. Maybe a little bit here and there, but mostly it's going to be a problem with the big enemies, which is why people get stuck on shit like the Archbishop, the King of Puppets, the Green Monster of the Swamp a little bit, you know, stuff like that, because you're often just thinking you're going to parry something, and then you're just like, well, I used what I thought was the right timing, but it didn't work this time. Maybe I was off. And chances are, you could have been off, but often enough times your timing was correct. It's just that your position was slightly off because of one aspect of the fight or another, and it's forced you to take the hit because the hitbox hit you sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner. And so you parried in the wrong timing, you know, because 8 frames is such a small amount of time. It's just too precise for that kind of tolerance of flaws to occur. Which is why, quite frankly, it should not be that tight. That is the main reason why it shouldn't be. It's not, at that point, it doesn't really come down to a skill issue. It comes down to the game literally being unfair. Under quite a few circumstances. On top of that, even if you are trying to just rely on the dodge instead, because it's a little bit more reliable, you also run into hitbox issues, like the normal shit you expect to run into, like, oh, I got clipped somehow. But also, sometimes you go to dodge an enemy when you're like point blank in front of them, and you go to like circle dodge, but because you're locked onto them and shit, you dodge somehow inside of their hitbox, and the game doesn't let you circle around them. You just get like stuck on their leg that's like sticking out, or their arm or whatever. And so you get forced to be stuck in place. And if you happen to get lucky with your iframes, you avoid whatever they were about to do. But if you aren't lucky because you were just trying to circle around them, in other words, you were using the dodge for spacing rather than iframes, then suddenly you're now in the wrong spot, and you're just going to take the incoming attack because you got stuck on something. You also absolutely get stuck on the environment constantly in this game. Like when you're backpedaling from a boss, circling around arena, there's so much fucking random debris in the outer edges of arenas, sometimes in the middle of arenas, for you to just get stuck on, that like you'll go to move around just to get some space, or you'll try to dodge something only to realize you're dodging into a wall somehow because your camera can't see any of that, and now you're completely cornered. And when that happens, what's worse is sometimes bosses will straight up pin you into a corner and you can't do anything. You're just stuck there. So you can hope to perfect parry or iframe your way out of it, like the incoming attacks, but you literally can't get out of the corner if they're body blocking you. So you have to just hope that they maybe back off so you can move. Otherwise you just die. Like, there's too much of that kind of shit happening in this game. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in like other Souls games, but it happens so far less. Like, it just seems like there's something they should be looking at a little bit closer in the design of their arenas.
I have a final report.
Otherwise,
on the COD experiment.
that should just happen so much. Sorry, let me
I
turn this
think
back
we
up.
have a new brother. A new type of humanity, so to speak.
There are many forms of eternal life.
It's intriguing and worth further observation.
Noted. And we'll have to get his arm back anyway.
I'm counting on it. Expect another report at the next meeting. Paracelsus returning. Ah, and when I return, I will find her. For sure. Another key of ours. Dorothy.
Okay. Some more. Red gonna click the heels together? Yep. Okay, so I now understand what people have been kind of raving about when they're talking about the new title they're working on. So it looks like they're going to be working on something in this universe. I don't know if it's going to be a straight up Lies of P2. Maybe you get to play as Pinocchio still. But Dorothy, they clearly are referencing the Wizard of Oz character Dorothy. Which would fit pretty well with, you know, the Fables-esque universe they're building on here. That was obviously, by the way, Giangio, if you didn't notice. So Paracelsus is who that actually was. Which I've heard that name in a couple of logs, like journals or whatever before, but yeah. Lies of D. Yeah, I am looking forward to them making another game. I just hope that it's a little bit better balanced than this was. Whether you're playing as Pinocchio, whether you're playing as Dorothy, I'm very happy for them to explore whatever they want to explore. This was a phenomenally well done first try at a Souls-like sort of experience. I don't know that this is their first game ever. They've probably made other stuff before this. I assume they have. I haven't really looked into it much. But as far as like this being their first ever like Souls-like sort of thing, yeah, absolutely. Also Andrews, oh, by the way, hello. Sorry, I meant to say hi and I got distracted by the cutscene. But yeah, there is a lot of frustration in this game. So take that for what you will. This game is definitely beatable. It's certainly not impossible. The game was patched as of yesterday to be slightly easier than it was. They still have not improved the parry frame, the parry window by putting any additional active frames in it. And I don't know that they will, either because they really want to stick on that hardcore challenge, or they maybe can't easily, because that might be a bit of a significant balance change to the entire game. Because even though changing your active parry window by adding a couple more frames to it wouldn't be hard to implement, it might be hard to balance it across all the enemies in the game without making the game suddenly too easy for a lot of people. But I do understand like a lot of people being afraid that the game will just become too much like Sekiro at that point, and like, I don't think Sekiro is easy by any standpoint. I think it's still a very challenging game. But, you know, as someone who has done Sekiro Deathless and has almost done it damageless, maybe something I'll revisit one day. Obviously that sort of game is not that hard when you get used to it. This, I can't even fathom trying to do damageless. Like, I would never in a million years even attempt it in its current state. I don't even want to think about how I would do something like this deathless. I think I would, I am guaranteed to die. Sekiro, I felt, had a lot nicer rhythm to the parries, more intuitive. Yeah, and that's the thing, is people call Sekiro like a rhythm game, and that's not really inaccurate, even though it's not technically labeled as such. It is sort of a rhythm game. You can easily not just get into a flow state with Sekiro, but it's intentionally designed that way to allow you to kind of build a rhythm with the way most attacks work. So you can just kind of learn to be like, parry, 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 so like, the exact button press timings for even tricky and difficult combos. And nothing in Sekiro, I can't think of anything that even has like some of the, like, in terms of the lengthiest combos, that's even as long as some of the shit that's in this game, that not even like the hardest bosses have. Some of the enemies and bosses in this game just have combos that seem fucking endless, and then as soon as they're done with them, they just immediately fucking start up another combo. Like, it's so aggressive. Anyway, if you start the next playthrough, you won't be able to continue the current items below will not be inherited. All collectibles except records, Krot supply boxes, Vanini collections. It's kind of weird that they remove those, but I guess it makes sense. I mean, I did buy all the important shit from them anyway, so it's fine. But I'm not going to advance yet. I want to go see if maybe now I can interact with that Stargazer. Otherwise, I'm going to look it up, because I don't know what to do with it. It could just be a New Game Plus thing, but I just really want to figure that out. Or either that, or it's something they intend to use for DLC, maybe. I should probably talk to everyone here, too, just to make sure there's no final anythings to say. But first, let me go here. They could just do what the Pathfinder devs did when they released Kingmaker. It's too difficult by adding the very detailed difficult menu where you can choose a lot of stuff. So if you want it to be super difficult still, you can do that, but you can also make it easier. And again, the game came with the difficulty setting to begin with. Yeah, so that would be difficult to implement in a game like this. The easiest thing to do if people want to maintain that challenge, would be to turn that into an item. So it would already be somewhat balanced. Like, let's say you give it as an amulet, right? And you give it to players somewhat early in the game. Like if they just place it somewhere, right? Like they could just implement, like, copy paste a corpse from somewhere else in the game and put it right in the game early-ish on, right? You get an amulet that makes your guard parry slightly easier to do. You could even make it a boss amulet, but that would also require removing one of the boss amulets, so I don't think that would be a good way to go. Now this amulet, you could make it have like a slightly heavier weight. It obviously takes up an amulet slot, so that's already fairly self-balancing. But what that amulet can do is just be like, makes guard parrying slightly easier. They just have to come up with some bullshit to put on for the description, a little bit of lore, whatever. And then when you're wearing it, all it does is gives you like 2, 3, maybe 4 at the most extra active parry frames, just so that your parry window feels more loose. Okay. Now they'll still have to balance the game across that, which won't be easy to implement. But what I'm saying is that for people who want to maintain the parry window challenge as it is right now, simply have to just not wear the amulet. But for those who want an easier time parrying, can wear the amulet, they get the added balance drawback of that consumes one of my amulet slots. So I have to make that sacrifice, but that is a way to keep things balanced and fair for both sides of the argument. And if you do that, then everyone gets what they want, you know, effectively. I mean, sure, some people will be like, oh man, I wish it wasn't as part of an amulet. I would rather just have my 4 amulets or 2 amulets or whatever. But, you know, it's a sacrifice that you can just be willing to make if you really need things to be easier. And if not, then don't wear the amulet, you know. Try your best to keep practicing and practicing until you can become a god at it. Because I do think it's possible. I think it's possible to become a parry god at a lot of the more difficult fights in the game. I just think that it takes a long time, possibly days worth of playing a single boss fight to become that good at it. And that's time I don't have, frankly. So I don't mind doing things a little differently. Okay, I still can't use this. I'm going to look this up. I don't know what it's for. I would love to just figure it out, but I've had no clues for it whatsoever that the game has given me, at least nothing that I've noticed. Okay. Cannot interact with it right now. Done 3 full playthroughs, new game plus, new game plus plus, full lies, full truth, bad end, and I checked multiple times throughout each playthrough, and at the end before going to the next new game, it always gave that you cannot use this right now. So unless it's some super secret non-achievement Easter egg, it's probably DLC. Hang on. Someone was saying there was like a super secret item from the true last boss, but I think unless it's a new game plus thing, I think they're bullshitting. Because people don't always tell the truth on Reddit. Yeah, maybe this is DLC related. I don't know. I've seen nothing about it in the game that seemed like a reference to it. I tried the Golden Lie stuff around here. I've tried wearing specific like amulets. I haven't really tried adjusting my costume much, but I don't know what I would wear that would make a difference. And I feel like a lot of people must have tried all that already, so it doesn't seem like super likely. I feel like a good method could also be to have it be a setting you can activate in the hotel, but if you do so, it locks you out of the true endings by forcing you to give up your heart to G in the end. There's an item you can only get before going to New Game Plus. Is it back in the arena we were just in? Maybe something gets left there because I didn't receive anything. At this point, unless I find it right away, I don't actually mind you telling me where to go to get it, unless I'm like locked out of it or something, because I've seen nothing to indicate what to do with that thing, so I kind of don't mind being spoiled on it. Yeah, Dorothy. No, I get you, Shadok. Sorry, I was just trying to think about what I wanted to do with that. Do you know where to get it, Hooded Robin? Said item. Assuming that that's not just something somebody lied about on the internet, I guess. Like, if you know about it yourself, like, I believe you, but I think in the hotel. Wait, you're not talking about the golden lie, are you? Because I've already gotten that. I can't remember if I got this before or after I beat Simon Manus. I think it might have been before, actually. But yeah, I tried using this at that Stargazer too, and it didn't do anything. Blue butterfly something, okay. It's possible I would have to do some stuff differently for it to occur. But it's weird because, like, it doesn't seem like there's any, like, info. Have you done this yourself, or are you, looking up info? I'm just curious. Again, I believe you if you've done it yourself. I just mean, I feel like there might be a lot of bullshit online.
You have been such a great help to
Let me talk to everyone really quick because we haven't done that.
I will do my best to be of assistance in return. As always, I stand ready to appraise the value of collectibles, such as marks or commemorative coins, that you...
This great disaster, the Krat crisis.
I haven't done it because
no one unaffected.
I did load a New Game Plus directly.
It's over now, thanks to you. We are all in pain. We're all hurting. But now it's time to begin healing. I will do everything I can to help. Together, Compagno, I think we really can make Krat, if not the entire world, a better place. You're always welcome here, friend.
So much has happened. It's bewildering. But it feels like there is hope. Even here in godforsaken Krat. It's all because of you. So
be a letter in the room Geppetto was in. Yeah, I'll make my way there.
You haven't told me everything. I just want safety for everyone at the hotel, at least.
It's true, I have not told you everything,
make sure
but
you're well armed. If you need anything, just ask.
On Geppetto's desk. All right, yeah, I'll check. I'm just kind of talking to everyone as we go here, in case they have any final parting words.
Welcome to Hotel Krat. How may I be of service?
And that's so sad, Valentina. I wish he was still around. But he just wiped his own memories.
I've made up my mind. I am going to keep living to honor Atkinson's sacrifice. Someone needs to tell everyone out there what happened in Krat. I'm gonna look for a way out.
With all of the various, like, fairy tale type stuff, you know, Belle could theoretically be, like, from Beauty and the Beast, like, that Belle. Maybe there's another Belle, too, and that I'm not thinking of, but, like, you know, she's just weird. Like, maybe we'll get, like, some sort of DLC, but I feel like she was kind of a minor, like, too minor of a character. Like, they should have done more with her, because she shows up, like, at, like, the 7th chapter, then she comes here, then she doesn't really do much, and then she asks you to find Atkinson. You find him, then you can tell her, oh, he died, or, you know, oh, he got turned into a monster. Maybe more happens if you tell her that, because I did what he requested. I told her he had died a soldier instead. because he was becoming a carcass. And then after that, she basically did nothing. So she's just been here the whole time being like, I feel like part of me has died. But whatever, I guess I'll move on. Oh, you're Hugo, aren't you? You're just in Alidoro's stuff?
Oh, did I scare you?
Okay. I was like,
Hey,
excuse
Hugo.
you?
This whole thing has inspired me. I'm going to try to be the Alidoro of a new generation. I will also keep looking for the relic's true owner. Check in with me anytime. A great weapon calls for a great... Sorry, no, pronouncements aren't my thing. As always, prove that you're worthy.
I wish I knew... Oh, here we go. Nameless Puppets Ergo. Yeah, his weird scissor sword. Link slash grind. It's actually got pretty good balance scaling at BB. Immunity to all attribute status ailments. Oh, wow, okay. That's really good. As a boss talisman or amulet. There's only a few attribute status ailments because that they don't mean all status ailments. They mean specifically break, shock, and disruption. But being immune to those three things makes certain enemies in the game way less of a problem. However, I'm still going to get the weapon. A, because I don't want to wear this heavy S amulet, and B, I feel like it doesn't come up often enough to be that viable. It's still really good, but I don't think I need it that bad. I just want to have all the weapons. Special weapon collector, okay. There'll probably be an achievement for getting all the boss amulets too. I'll have to see if I can maybe do that on New Game Plus or something.
Weapon calls for a great...
Alright. Let's run upstairs. I think we talked to everyone here. We can see if Giangio is still there for some reason, even though we got the cutscene of him leaving. I assume he's still here. Or he's left something in place for us to interact with. Beauty and the Beast can make a good setting for a sequel. Man getting turned into beast, living items and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he did leave stuff here. The Letter of the Eternal. I had a good time. It's amazing to see a new brother being born. I hope to meet you again sometime in the eternal line of time. PP. Lies of PP. So it's Paracelsus is his name. I don't know what the other P stands for. Okay. Like I said, there was like one or two like files that had his name in it, just referring to like another Paracelsus penis. Obviously, yeah, probably. I wonder who the lady was he was talking to as well. I'm very interested now in whatever they make next. Okay. Our portrait is still just, yeah, so we can't do anything further with that. We don't have any quartz, right? Yeah. Blue Butterfly's Letter. Thank you for giving me a new life. The fact that an ergo puppet can have a second life and become another kind of human requires more time for people to find out about it. Until then, I won't return to the hotel, but plan to stay at this place. The Krat disaster has stopped. That's the achievement story of the Blue Butterfly. The Krat disaster has stopped. Still, there is the aftermath of the petrification disease and the puppets. Please heal the wounds for the people. You're the reason we have our freedom. Thank you so much. I'm grateful you freed me from my puppet strings. Alright, I guess we'll go see if we can interact with that Stargazer now, maybe. Maybe that's just something that allows us to go visit her or something. Oh, before we leave, well, yeah. I want to see what this sword is like. That is not bad. I like that you split it apart. Increases critical hit chance. Okay. That is a fucking sick Link ability. Okay. Very dope. Neato. Like that it's a pair of scissors so you can cut your strings. Oh, let me read what you were saying. Paracelsus was a doctor during the Renaissance that made a lot of advances in medicine. In real history? Yeah, okay. Alright, so we get our restart option there. Let's try to go back here and see if this does anything now. If not, maybe we have to interact with it in New Game Plus. And again, feel free to clarify in chat if I have that wrong, if I'm unable to interact and there's more that I need to do or something. Because again, the game doesn't seem to really want to give you a hint. Even the letter didn't really tell you to, like, go check this or anything. She just said, in this place, I will stay. Yeah, I still can't do anything with it. People haven't figured out what the Stargazer is for online. Oh, okay. I thought what I was doing to get the letter and stuff like that was for this. So it probably is just DLC then. Okay. Sorry, I thought you guys were talking about for the DLC. But I guess I do appreciate you telling me that there was something to get before I go to New Game Plus. I probably would have found that on my own anyways, but that's fine. I don't mind too much. I just misunderstood. I thought you were saying that it was something I had to go get so that I could do the Stargazer thing. But yeah, so I'm assuming... hang on. I want to see if we can possibly go talk to her. She probably isn't somewhere we can talk to her, but, like, maybe she's back here somewhere? We could also check the bottom just to see if she, like, went back to, like, where she was kind of being held captive, so to speak. I don't know if she'd want to return there, but... She doesn't seem to be here. I'm assuming we probably just can't find her. Yeah, we can check the broken puppet. I suspect there's not much going on with him, but certainly wouldn't hurt to look. I just wanted to see if there was somewhere we could find her, but I don't know that we can. Ascension Bridge is the only other place to really check that's here. She could be elsewhere in the game, it just doesn't really say. She just said, like, I'm in this place and I'm not going to return to the hotel. But no indication of what this place is. She could be somewhere reachable or completely unreachable. I feel like it's unlikely that she would want to return here. I just don't really know where else would make sense to look for her. I hope he gets fixed somehow. Yeah, it'd be nice. I don't like that he's just kind of stuck there. Because obviously he has like an awakened ergo, and he hasn't exactly developed like a full personality yet. He's mostly just like a friendly robot, but you know, for him to really have any sort of like real existence, he's gonna have to like get the fuck out of there probably. I also don't mind if someone wants to tell me if it's possible to go see Sophia in her puppet form. Like, just tell me where to go. If not, don't worry about it, but I'm at the point where I'm not really too worried about, like, having to figure it out on my own, because, again, the game doesn't really give me a clue, so... did you ever find out what was up with the guy who could read memories from Ergo? We should probably go revisit him, too. He moved back to, the Opera House area. It takes kind of a sec to get to him. Well, not really if you go from the other direction.
If I make human friends, we may not.
Okay, he still doesn't have... Unfortunately, Broken Puppet is just going to be there like that now. I wonder if you can attack him. I'm not going to find out. But I am curious if you can kill him. So we want to go from... I want to go from here, I believe. Ever since my stream died, the internet seems to have been stable, so that's good at least. Maybe we'll do like a little bit of New Game Plus stuff before I end stream. Or at least once I'm done checking all the NPCs that I know of. I also just am curious to see exactly how ridiculously scaled the New Game Plus actually is. Because I've heard it's a lot, which is maybe another thing that's kind of a little bit in the negative column of design for this game, is just like, did it need to be like that crazy? The game is already fucking hard. Does it need to be that much that much harder on New Game Plus? Alright, so anyway, he moves to here.
Nice loot, yeah? If you need anything,
and he becomes a
just say the word.
vendor, and you buy the White Lady's Hunting Apparel and the Lada Disruption cartridge and the Carcass Crystal Axe from him. And then I guess I could like buy him out. I don't think he'll move or anything, but it doesn't hurt to do just to make sure.
Nice loot, yeah?
Yeah, we also you can talk to him a fair bit. But yeah, I don't think anything else is really going on with him. Which again is a little weird. He just feels like a little bit of a non-character. I sort of wish they had done more with some of these. It's possible some other stuff could happen in New Game Plus, maybe, but I doubt it. I just know that certain changes do occur in New Game Plus. Alright, does anyone have any specific recommendations that I should go do before I advance to New Game Plus? Like any NPCs that I should go check that I've forgotten about? Yeah, the King of Riddles will probably just be the same, if I had to guess. Because, you know, it's kind of hard to implement like a completely new track for certain things, like in New Game Plus. Like, don't get me wrong, Armored Core 6 does it, and it's magnificent, but that's a very differently designed game. You know, and it's all level-based and stuff, like, you know, if they were trying to make that a big open-world RPG sort of situation, that'd be a little bit different, probably. Hell, even, excuse me, even Dark Souls 2 did New Game Plus stuff, and that was something I liked about Dark Souls 2. Which is not many things, but, I will certainly give them credit for trying new shit with that one, and that was one thing that I thought was neat. Of just being like, oh yeah, there's some slightly different enemy placements and new shit in New Game Plus, you know, or when you use a bonfire aesthetic, I guess, but I did not like the Scholar of the First Sin adjustments, though. They added way too many extra enemies for no reason, many of which didn't really make sense to be there, and were just hard for the sake of hard. Which felt like they just did not understand their own design philosophy, but I don't know what the point of Scholar of the First Sin really was anyways. Just felt kind of needless. I sort of almost feel like Scholar of the First Sin was made to appease a publisher. Like, hey, you got to get us another title out there. I don't care what it is. Just put us out like another thing. It could be like a remake, an expansion to one of your other games. Just fucking... chop chop. You know, I could see that being the case, because it seems so out of character for them to have made Scholar of the First Sin in the first place. You know, I'm not saying that there wasn't like a little bit more story to tell with Aldia and all that kind of shit, but it just seemed unnecessary. All right. mean, the King of Riddles, I don't think I'll be able to interact with. Sorry, I thought you meant for New Game Plus. The King of Riddles, I don't think I'll be able to interact with at all because I killed him. So that that part is over and done with. We could check. We could check in with Atkinson. I never really went back to him. I'm not sure if there's a point to it, but I'm trying to think about like what would be the best way to even. Oh wait, this is probably too far. Just to see if he either like advanced fully into a carcass, or if he'll have anything to say for you like telling Bell that. Let's warp to the other one. But I can't really think of anyone else. Fox and Black Cat are dead. The Black Rabbits are all dead, obviously, as they should be. Everyone that's at the hotel is at the hotel. Giangio is gone. Test subject 826 or whatever it is on the bridge. We already tried him. We tried the broken puppet. Geppetto is gone. Well, dead. There was nothing in that arena. Only Sophia is the only one that I'm curious about, but I'm not sure if we can go visit her anywhere or not. I think she might just be gone for now. I think any of the window NPCs are ones you, after you've completed their quest, I don't think you can talk to them again. I think they, if anything, they might even just be dead by now. If the petrification disease didn't kill them, the fucking destruction of the city with the giant earthquake and all the monsters roaming around probably did them off. So the nun disappeared after we killed the archbishop. I don't think she'll be anyone of consequence to try to go back to. I don't think there was anyone there. The opera house ladies, I mean, it seemed like the apple, like the singer, I forget what her name was now, like Adelaide or something like that, but we gave her the apple, and I'm not sure if the apple was supposed to be like poisonous or something. She seemed to be dead the next time I found her, or just unconscious on the floor maybe, but I was assuming she was dead. But I don't know if it's because of the apple we gave her, or if she poisoned herself. It would seem like something that she would potentially do to herself because of guilt from poisoning, well, presumably poisoning her sister when they were younger. But yeah, I'm not too sure. We've kind of visited all the merchants. I believe we've bought everything from them that we can. That's one thing that probably wouldn't hurt to go get before we go into New Game Plus, would be to just buy some extra throwables, because it'll be a while before we get back to this vendor who, I don't know why this vendor in particular is the guy who just sells everything. Like, why they put him there. I'm not sure why they didn't just have eventually like someone like Paul and Dina open up in the hotel or something to just like have all the shit that you would want. Instead, it's just some random vendor in the Malum district has an infinite stock of like all the throwables you'd ever want and other consumables as well. Doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, broken puppet. Yeah, I really can't think of anyone else, so yeah, let's just go back to here and see if we can visit with Atkinson or something, and then we'll probably just move on to New Game Plus. Maybe we'll buy some shit and then go to New Game Plus. I should keep all of my upgrade materials, I think, so I don't think we need to worry about like upgrading anything before we go. I certainly hope not. Alright, now Atkinson. Where exactly were you again? I think actually this is where he was, so I think he's just gone now. Is there, I don't believe there was anything else in that particular car. I'm pretty sure that's where he was. Okay, well, in that case, I think we're probably done here. One last stab for the road. Gotta make that 2. Love a good shanking. Hey, one extra thing we don't have to buy. Alright, quickly over here. But yeah, I can't think of any other NPCs. The only other one that eludes me is the guy that shows up when you find the cryptic vessel that opens the shack there in the Malum district, like within the like little shack village, so that you can finally open the door and go into the chest, but you find out it's a trap. Like the dude just lets you in there, and he turns out to be a little bit of like a Patches type character. He's just like, haha, you fell into my trap. He's just like, all because of your stupid greed. You're all like the others, whatever. I wanted to see if you could maybe get revenge on that guy or something, but as soon as you make it out of that trap, he's just gone, and I don't think he like moves elsewhere. I think he just disappears.
Bosses work hard too.
All right, give me like another 10 of these. It's at least a decent number to restart the game with. Sure. All right, let's go then. I wonder if our hair will get shortened in New Game Plus. I kind of like the black hair better than the like gray blue hair, at least with the outfit that I'm wearing. I don't think it looks bad. I think it looked better with black. Playing Cyberpunk and an enemy literally just shouted out to me, "This stuff's got my senses boosted, yo," and I snuck up and snapped his neck. That's pretty good. Man. I would kind of like it if the folks that made the Cyberpunk Edge Runners made another Cyberpunk anime, because that one was really good. Like, exceptionally good. It was a little, I don't know, sad in the long run, but I don't mind like a compelling anime that's like actiony that has like a little bit of a sad ending or somberness to it. Like Devilman Crybaby is like that, but I expected that from Devilman. You know, even the original Devilman is like that. Still gets you in the feels though, like if you're invested in the characters in Devilman, you're just like, oh my god, it hurts. But at the same time, Devilman is kind of sick, so it's hard not to watch that one. Okay. I guess we're ready to go. Am I forgetting anything? I feel like I've bought everything that would be important to buy. We shouldn't need to upgrade anything right now. I might switch to different weapons in the future, but not until I like maybe switch up a build. And I'm just going to stick with advanced for the time being, because we're just going to fuck around a little bit. I probably don't need the special parry grinder stone, but that's alright, we'll just leave it. I think we're doing okay. Alright, let's go. Let's start our journey number 2. So yeah, the Krat Supply and Vanini collections, those vendors will get reset. I mean, we won't even have Pulcinella until we rescue them anyway. And all the collectibles will disappear except for the records. We didn't even get all the records, now that I think about it. Also, welcome back, Anna. I mean, it looks like we have them all in that screen, but if you look at this screen, I'm missing several. I wonder if they're New Game Plus specific, because, I mean, it's also possible some of these could be, like, you get them when you do certain other outcomes, like if you tell the truth more or lie less. I mean, that's literally the same statement. If you choose different outcomes, though, I'm a little apprehensive to do like a truth-based playthrough. I don't know if I'd do it on New Game Plus either. I might just, maybe I will, but I'm unsure, because I feel like lying seemed like the way to go for the most part for like the good ending. I know there's multiple endings, by the way, but there's like a, I don't know if those endings are based on specifically the choices you make. It seems like it, because I'm assuming if, like, you know, I don't know, like, how much of that is based on, like, the lies that you do or whatever, or if it's just, like, choose to give Sophia peace or let her live. That probably influences an ending. However, if you choose to give Geppetto your heart, I imagine the game just ends there instead of you fighting the nameless puppet, and that probably also changes the ending. So I think it's like Bloodborne. I think there's probably like 3 endings, and we got one of them. If there's 3, I'm not sure. 3 or 4 endings, maybe. Is there a true ending? I don't know. I'm not sure if any of them are considered the canonical true ending. Maybe the one I got is considered the true ending. Seemed to be kind of the happiest, as far as I could tell. You got what is assumed to be the true ending. Okay. See, that's the thing, is like, I do want to see the other endings, but I don't know how badly I want to, like, get them myself. I kind of liked the playthrough that I did, to the point where I'm a little apprehensive to do, like, a different way, like, route. It's not going to hurt anything. It's just a video game, but, like, I don't know. Anyways, let's just start. Here we go. We'll I don't know, we'll go until we kill the parade master probably, and then or maybe a little past, I don't know. We'll just see what I feel like doing, but I'm not gonna, since we're done with the game, and I'll probably not stream more of this unless I decide to do like some sort of like completely new different run with a challenge perhaps, or, you know, unless they make DLC, obviously.
Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Cutscene's looking a little different. Maybe I should have switched my hair back, assuming it lets me. Do you wish to reset the P organ? No. I can't look at it, so I hope that I get to keep my skills, because I want to keep them.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Interesting that it still forces you to walk through here, because you would obviously have like your weapons already.
I see that my name is Jiminy. Please escort him to the hotel. Let's get you out of there. Find something that might help.
Dude, I can't for the life of me be evil in games. I know, right? Like, it's hard. You know, I don't mind an evil playthrough once in a while, but I just feel like, depending on the game... Okay, here we go. Activate P organ. Okay, good. It did not reset my stuff. That's what I was hoping. And then we unlocked another phase. So you can have a 3rd weapon slot. That's kind of cool, I guess, since we largely use 3 weapons. I don't know if I'll stay using those same 3 or not, but that's at least neat. Even bigger heal. Perfect guard weapon durability recovery. Interesting. So if you're good at parrying, your durability will actually go up instead of down. Yeah, That's cool. Of these, the only one that really particularly stands out to me right now would be like the weapon slot. I mean, this is obviously cool, but bigger heal certainly isn't a bad thing. Extra belt slot certainly isn't bad, but I don't know if I'll need them right now. We'll focus on getting that thing first. Modify Legion arm. Just to choose what you want. Nope. Switch. Nope. This is a walk-only train, sir. Apparently. I feel like our damage is okay, but we're certainly not one-shotting things. You can have your way, Gemini. There you go. I don't really need you to see, but... like us some free thermite. Most games really don't have enough content for evil playthroughs, since being evil usually consists of killing characters with whom you would normally interact. Yeah, exactly. That was the thing, like, you know how Fable, the original Fable, was hyped up to be like this insane game, lots of choices, you know, blah blah blah, and then it came out and it was kind of like, it was still like a fun game, but like, you know, it was clearly not what it was hyped up to be. It was massively overhyped by the devs, and by the publishers / marketers for that game. But what really irked me about Fable is that, like, I was like, okay, I've done one cool playthrough, and then I was like, you know, I kind of want to do an evil playthrough. Or actually, I think I started off wanting to do an evil playthrough. I don't remember exactly, but all I really know is that when I tried to be evil, it was way harder than just playing normally. Peter Molyneux's a chronic liar. Yeah, there you go. That was the issue. Always oversells and promises things you can't deliver. Yeah. So, you know, but that was kind of just the thing, is like, I just remember wanting to try an evil playthrough because it was advertised in such a way I was just like, oh, that actually looks like it could be fun. So let me kind of go against what I normally do, and I'll be evil. And then it was a lot harder because it was just like, wow, I have to like go out of my way to like kill random civilians and shit like that just to be evil. Like, in order to get the amount of evil points that I need to be really evil, you know, I have to do all this extra bullshit that actually makes it hard to play the game. Because anytime you just try to play like normal quests in the game, it'd be like, oh, well, you're gonna get some hero points for that. And just like, no, I want to be evil, you know. Why do you give me an evil choice? Oh, you know what? Just for fun. How do you like that? Yeah, you don't like the fucking Grinderstone, do you? Not that I really needed it, but ooh, yeah, I did. I guess I did see that you get like some +1 versions of like amulets and things like that. Is this in any way better? No. It's just a better version of that one, so, which is still good, but we lose a lot of defense. I think I did an evil playthrough in Fallout 3 for a trophy, but then that's really difficult for me to be evil in games. Yeah, it kind of just goes against your own moral code if you're not an asshole, right? Or if you're not completely detached from the game that you're playing. Because that's the thing, is like a lot of us, you know, we play games because we want to be like immersed in them, right? It's not just, ooh, I want to escape from reality. You know, it's not that there's no truth to that, but I just mean, you know, you want to get immersed in the story, you want to have like a good time with it, and then you find yourself playing like an evil character and you're just like, man, I'm a fucking dick. And it sucks.
This is called a Stargazer, a marvelous device the Stalkers used in the past.
And then in Fable 3 you just have to take all the money out of the coffers in the kingdom and to turn fully evil. And then when you were done, just return to be fully good again. Yeah, I think I remembered something like that. I unless it wasn't 3. I feel like I played, it was either Fable 2 or Fable 3 that I like rented. Actually, I think I rented all of them. I never owned any of the Fable games.
This Stargazer will make you stronger.
But yeah, like I rented the first Fable. It was fine-ish up to a point. I was trying to play evil, and then I was just like, okay, you know what, fuck this. And then it became like really easy to actually undo my evilness. I just like started playing as a hero, and then it was like super easy to just be a hero. But then the game bugged really bad like halfway through, and I was able to continue to play through, but it like fucked up really bad somehow. I don't remember how, but I remember being pissed off about it. But yeah, Fable 2 or Fable 3, whichever one I played after that, like much later, I think I remember liking a bit more, but it still felt kind of underwhelming. Ultimately, I think Fable is, yeah, it's a very massively overhyped series, all in all, and I think as far as RPGs go, like, there's been a lot better examples of things that just allow you to be creative, even in a action RPG setting. I own Fable 3 on PC if I want to play it. I have to track down a player patch to make it all playable because of Games for Windows Live, yeah. Me and a friend playing Baldur's Gate 3, and they wanted to do the evil version of the quest, like helping the goblins and stuff. By the end of Chapter 1, all but 3 companions had left us, so I guess even something as massive as Baldur's Gate 3 suffers on giving less options for evilness. I think Baldur's Gate 3 probably isn't perfect about it, but I do think it's better. I think a lot of the issue you run into with Baldur's Gate 3 is that a lot of the characters, like, want to be good. So, you know, because people sort of assume that you're going to play good, they're going to give you more options for that. It's kind of hard sometimes to fully implement a evil campaign idea. But then furthermore, there's some other characters you can recruit that are strictly speaking on the evil side. Within the first act, the, what's her name, Minthara, something like that? The, you know, who's with the goblins, like, she's supposed to be evil enough that I believe you can at least... I think she becomes a permanent addition, but, like, she might leave temporarily or something. At least I remember hearing about that. But yeah, the drow that's with them, I believe she can join you, but only really if you're willing to do an evil playthrough. Now, with that said, I don't know if her questline is meant to stay evil or not. But yeah, to be fair, it's kind of hard sometimes to write like what is supposed to feel like a heroic, grand journey and then give you a, you know, straight up evil version of that as a counterpart. It's doable, but obviously Fable failed miserably at it. And then Baldur's Gate 3 gives you lots of evil options, but it's hard to still truly do like everything evil and not run into problems, I guess. But I think part of that is also just because there should always be like a little bit of give and take with some of that kind of stuff. Like some of the time, you're going to want to have like a little bit of neutrality in your evil, just like you do with your good campaign. Like you're not always going to answer with the most goody two shoes answer that comes across the dialogue options, right? Because sometimes you're going to be like, nah, man, I want to punch this asshole in the face. I'm not going to just be like, oh, I guess I'll agree to that because it's the technically, you know, law-abiding good thing to do. Like, nah, he insulted me to my face, I'm gonna punch him, you know? So there's moments like that, and that's not evil, that's just you being a little bit, you know, more chaotic good, a little bit more neutral good in the moment. You can even do occasionally potentially sort of evil things, like maybe I'll steal some shit. From people that could probably use that shit, but it doesn't necessarily make your character evil. Certainly not a great thing to do, but certainly still do plenty of damage on New Game Plus. I gotta start being Scorpion when I use that thing to pull targets more often and be like, get over here. It's just, I feel like I'm missing the opportunity to be, you know, a nerd more often. Yeah, stuff happened in chapter 2 and she's dead. Okay. Let's be real. 2 big storylines, good and evil, take massive resources too. Oh, for sure. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is like one of those games where you almost expect it though, just because of how much shit they have implemented into it. And, you know, you can play evil. I just think that, yeah, like, your work's kind of cut out for you if you're trying to play evil in Baldur's Gate because you just have to go out of your way to do more stuff. In order to make it work. That either means that you're going to be teetering on the edge of evil a lot of the time just to appease certain characters so they don't leave your party. Or, you know, at least figuring out what characters can join your party as an evil character. I do think that they probably should give you a couple more options for that. I know that there's people out there who have broken down, whether it's just like via wiki sites or otherwise, there are people out there who have documented like what characters can be your allies and stuff when you're playing evil. Whether they're party members, you know, or people that can actually join your party, or just folks that are more willing to work with you when you would otherwise be good.
A powerful parade puppet is blocking the entrance, and that's the only way in. So please, be careful.
Man tried to punch me. Assuming you don't sell anything new.
Hello there. I didn't think you ought to bite out here alone.
Oh, you do. Gold record. Proposal Flower Wolf Part 1. We don't really need copies of all the weapons I already have, so I'm just going to leave those alone. I'll buy you out of your throwing cells. Rest I don't care about. My boy Astarion will stay with me, yeah. I feel like he doesn't mind being evil, even if he's not strictly evil, but he's fine to go that way. Lae'zel probably is pretty easy to cozy up to most of the time if you're pretty cutthroat about stuff. Outside of the two of them, most of the characters have a harder time being like super evil. I'm sure Shadowheart can be convinced to be more evil the more that you like encourage her cultiness. Because Shar is a little on the evil side. Ow. Oh, you interrupted one of your 16 jolly tracks, buddy. Whoa, it just tells you what they say now? I was like ready to read it and just see if I could actually read it, but like apparently in New Game Plus it just tells you now. That's interesting. I love how that made him like stand back up instantly. Okay, I think I was out of stamina. Come on. Did I confuse you? Oops, that was too early. Okay, alright. Playtime's over. Giving the king a real festival. And I was so ready to like try to like squint my eyes at the puppet speech to be like, what does that say? You could have given the king a real fartstival? Oh, festival, right. Yeah, because I was saying the other day too, like as Shadoku pointed out, like you can read the puppet speech, you just have to look really closely at it because it is straight up English letters, but they're in a really wacky font with like a bunch of blurry, you know, extra little dots and shit thrown over, little squiggles to like really obfuscate the letters. Which just makes it super hard to read, but if you look really closely at it, you can make it out. It might take you a little bit to make it out though. Which frankly you just straight up don't have time to do in the middle of a boss fight, but Okay. UV energy depleto. Okay.
One more thing I should mention. The hotel's security excludes...
I don't know that this particular truth/lie matters because I think you have to lie to get into the hotel.
You're special.
I think I remember like in the demo I chose Puppet and it just didn't let me in. But I don't really remember. But I think it was like an accident, like I didn't mean to choose Puppet. I just was like spamming or something. I forget. Three of us, we still have, that the three of we still have plus some merc we got from Wither. Oh yeah, that's true too. Like if you do have a trouble with your party members leaving, you can at least make hirelings if you want, which does at least make the evil playthrough a little more easy. You just might not be able to do as many character quests. Yes, just let me in. My springs, what happened to my heart? My heart? Achy breaky heart. well. And there we are. All right, I forgot about this intro thing. I was like, wait a minute, is something different happening? Yeah, so this has been Lies of P, guys. Maybe we'll do some New Game Plus shenanigans at some point if I feel like it, but more than likely I'm going to do this particular New Game Plus playthrough off stream just to, you know, do something for fun here and there. I believe Lords of the Fallen is supposed to be coming out pretty soon, and then obviously in October I'm going to be playing Alan Wake 2. I'm very much looking forward to that one. Like I said, in the middle of October I have a trip planned, and then November I may have jury duty, which is going to be annoying if I do, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But in the meantime, for games until the next thing that I want to try to play comes out, we were definitely going to return to Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't even really intend to have as much of a break from Baldur's Gate 3 as I had. But I just got very absorbed into the Lies of P. You know, just wanted to get this game kind of finished up, I think, before I return to Baldur's Gate. But we will definitely do that. So I should have my new mouse today. It should be here soon if it's not already. And then hopefully that'll make playing Baldur's Gate just fine. I won't have to be worried about using a mouse that's semi-non-functional. But yeah, tomorrow I will not be streaming. I'm going to be taking the day off to do some work, so just a heads up there. Saturday I'm going to be working in the morning, but I think I am going to try to stream, so around the usual time, I guess, just look for me for probably some more Baldur's Gate 3. We can finally return, finish up what is, I don't know if it's just like the rest of Act 2, or if like Act 2 extends beyond like the Shadow Curse lands, Underdark stuff, but we were getting close to being done with that. We just have to finish the lower depth stuff.
Searched all over the city of Krat to find you. You must. I was Leslie's find.
So yeah. Let's see. What level are we now? I guess we would have like an odd level. I'm just gonna not worry about leveling that up right now. Worry about it sometime later. But anywho, yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very, very much, as always. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take off. But like I said, we'll be back with this maybe sometime in the future. Definitely I'll check this out again if they do any DLC, but maybe we'll do some sort of challenge run if I ever can get good enough at the game to do that. But yeah, in the meantime, until something else comes along, we'll be trying to finish up Baldur's Gate 3, which will probably take me still forever to actually finish, but I'd at least like to continue. So I will probably see you guys on Saturday then. So yeah, in the meantime, have a great day/night or rest of it. Take good care of yourselves. Have a great day tomorrow as well, and or weekend if I don't see you. And yeah, all right, everybody, take care. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.